Derbyshire are very much on the lookout for some kind of draw. Will they do it? Well, we'll find out over the course of the next, however many hours it is between now and 6:30. 78 without loss, Derbyshire in their second innings, following on, still trailing by 125. Lewis Rees 53, Harry Kane 25. A dreadful day's cricket from Derbyshire yesterday. 7 wickets, the last 7 wickets falling for the addition of 44 runs. Congratulations to everybody. Dreadful. But the opening pair did put on 165 yesterday. Well, not all of them yesterday, obviously, but the majority of them yesterday. And so far, they've put on 78 in the second innings, so it's quite exciting.
It is.
Nick Webb's alongside me.
That's 78% of the way to a century. I wonder how often that 2 Derbyshire opening batters have started with a couple of century stands in the same first-class match.
Fascinating question, and I will give you the answer as and when it becomes more relevant.
So grey skies this morning, and an according crowd, or lack of. Not many in at the moment.
No.
Handful of Glamorgan balconiers up in the members' balcony area.
Which is where they should be, of course.
Absolutely. I presume there's some sort of reciprocal arrangement.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
And it'll be Jamie McIlroy to bowl the first ball of the day. He was lightly used last night, just an opening spell of 4 overs, and he comes to bowl to Lewis Rees, and that is clipped off his legs.
Setting the tone
single.
for the day.
Absolutely, a scoring rate of 100%, and Tim van der Hoogten has an errant throw rate of 100% because he's just stuck that one over Chris Cook's head, but luckily Zain Ul Hassan was doing his duty. 79 without loss. Test match underway as well at the Oval, with Australia 61 for 1. In reply to England's inadequate 283.
It's the way they play, though. It's the way they play. Apparently. Was your Twitter updated to X today?
Oh, that's a good thought. So there was an X around. Oops, there's Kane playing it on the
entirely my fault.
Offside, and there's no run. It still seems a little birdie on the in the corner of my screen.
On my home screen, I've now got an X look.
Oh yes,
a white X in a black background. Black.
No, mine hasn't updated as such.
Need to get that sorted out.
That'll make all the difference.
Oh, it's revolutionised my life overnight.
Absolutely. Who can live without an X in their lives? As McIlroy bowls to Kame, a short ball hooked around, played neatly by Kame, out towards mid-wicket. Ul Hassan makes a diving stop just inside the boundary, and they only take 2 runs, so that's good work from Zain Ul Hassan, the youngest member of the Glamorgan side, and with corresponding athleticism on that occasion. Went head over heels as he tapped the ball back just inside the ropes. 81 without loss. Here on BBC Sport Online. As that is driven by Kame out on the offside, fielded by Gorvin at mid-off. And there's no run. It's probably the thickest cloud cover we've had, apart from the rain showers. It is 100% cloud cover at the moment, very overcast. As McIlroy is in to bowl to Kame, who plays that one down on the offside, and there's a single taken to Swepson at Gully. That looks like a signal of no ball as well. Yeah, 3 added to the total, 84 without loss. Umpire Baldwin, I'm pretty sure, signalled a no ball there. 84 for naught. As McIlroy pounds in and bowls to Rees, who turns on the leg side. So a welter of runs in this first over. That's 7 off it already. Rees ticks on to 55, and Mr. Bainton chugs from right to left, because there are a right-left combination at the wicket. And Mr. Bainton, this early in the day, is getting his steps in. If we've got a right and left combination at 5 o'clock, he may be slightly less keen. As McIlroy bowls to Kame, who defends to mid-off. And there is no run, so a very sparky opening start from Derbyshire, adding 7 runs. And they trail by 118. It's Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Bevan and myself, yes. Nick Webb. Nikesh Ragani, having had 2 days of county championship cricket between various stints with the IPL and the 100, has gone off to lie down in a darkened corner.
I think he enjoyed it.
It's a whole different world for him, probably.
Tim van der Hoogten is going to bowl the first over from the racecourse end on day 4. Be bowling to Lewis Rees as the openers and safely negotiate, better than safely negotiate, the first over of the day. They do need to score runs, of course. It's not just a matter of surviving out there. And Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Rees, who gets a thick inside edge down towards fine leg-ish, long leg really. Picks up a single, moves to 56, 86 without loss now, Derbyshire.
If you haven't read the BBC Sport Wales website this morning and you're a Glamorgan fan, then well, why not? Announcement from the club that Eddie Byram, the left-handed opening bat, has signed a 2-year extension, which is thoroughly good news given his reliability in the county championship and increasing promise in the white ball game.
Excellent news. Here is Van der Hoogten bowling to the right-handed Harry Kame, who leaves this delivery alone, goes through to Chris Cook.
And I had a couple of Twitter inquiries. Is Byram back off to Somerset? Well, thankfully, the answer transpires to be no. Oops.
Oh, that sounds like Nick Webb. I was listening to Nick Webb.
Oh, it's all getting very meta. I was just getting the picture up.
Oh, you've got 2 iPads.
One's mine and one's
not.
Not.
No. We won't ask you where you stole that from. Here is Van der Hoogten with a wicket to Kame, who guides this off the back foot to point where Ul Hassan does the fielding, and there's no run. I haven't even got one.
I found them very useful for working out and about in situations where you haven't always got Wi-Fi and hotspot it off your phone or whatever.
Yes, no, absolutely. I've got a tablet.
All right.
It's not great, I've got to say. I think I went too cheap, if I'm honest. It does tend to freeze on occasions. And as a result, stays in my bag most of the time. Van der Hoogten in again, and bowls to Kame. That one is sort of guided off an outside edge, down to third man for a single. Kame moves to 29, 87 without loss, 116 the deficit. The Martin Emerson video, which I didn't watch yesterday but had an accompanying explanation saying he feared for today, may well be proof that he can see into the future. An inspection at Scarborough at noon. The outfield apparently is very wet. Actually, it just says wet, so I've added the very, but I imagine it's very wet. But they are playing at Cheltenham College, where Derbyshire will be on Tuesday. 2 slips for Rees as Van der Hoogten is in, and he just pushes this nicely up to Mitch Swepson, who is it in the morning you wear your caps and then you can wear floppy sun hats in the afternoon? Because both Ul Hassan and Swepson are wearing what I assume are Glamorgan caps. They're certainly wearing caps. And they both had floppy sun hats on yesterday afternoon. So
perhaps
they do have that kind of thing, don't they? You wear the caps in the morning and then you can wear what you want after lunch. That is a thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, very much a thing.
I thought it might be the complete absence of sun that precluded them from wearing
sun
hats.
Well, that could also be it. As Van Hoogten is in and off the back foot, is pushed back to the bowler by Lewis Rees to end the second over of the day. They've sorted out the Van der Hoogten, I know that's not how you pronounce it, name being too big for the scoreboard, but I'm not sure I'd be massively happy with the first two initials being that close together, if I'm honest. Jane did it. Could you not separate the first initial and the second initial? You're not looking at me. She's not looking at me. He's now known as V.D. Huckton, which isn't necessarily the nickname he might have wanted.
To me.
87 without loss.
Yes, probably the D ought to be small.
Yes, small D.
I'm not sure if they've got the small D for the D.
Small D. Come on.
As McIlroy is into bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through by Harry Kame, who has added a magnificent 4 to his overnight tally.
That's enough. I told you they were playing at Cheltenham. It's only day 3 there as well, but Gloucestershire 219 for 4, trailing Worcestershire by 187.
Come on, Gloucestershire.
All the hallmarks of a draw, that one, hasn't it?
Well, as long as Worcestershire don't win, as that is on leg stump from McIlroy, clipped away down towards fine leg. Billy Root is the fielder down there, and the single is taken. Not for any dislike of Worcestershire per se, but just the fact that the fact that they're ahead of Glamorgan in the table.
Very much sounded like you were anti-Gloucestershire to me there.
No, I'm pro-Gloucestershire in this scenario.
Sorry, anti-Worcestershire.
I'm anti-Worcestershire, purely on the grounds that they're ahead of Glamorgan.
It's all about you.
As McIlroy is in and Rees is punching it to mid-on, and there is no run. 88 without loss, a mere 93.5 overs for Derbyshire to negotiate.
We've now separated the V and the D, but the D is still in capitals, needs to be little.
There we are.
Oh, it is on the big scoreboard. Yeah, that's interesting, but not on our computer. Not that scoreboard, the one that we can't see.
As McIlroy bowls on the legs of Rees, he'll get more runs here down towards backward square. Glamorgan will be somewhat concerned with the ease in which Derbyshire are progressing this morning. That's another 2 to Rees's tally, and he moves to 58, and the total to 90 for naught.
And it was only a little roller. They've run out of big, heavy roller options today, so they only had the light roller on. So it isn't like the heavy roller will wear off in an hour because it hasn't been on. And it has looked fairly flat, hasn't it, so far today?
It has. It's going to have to be hard work, but then Glamorgan didn't take a wicket till the 65th over yesterday. As that is punched by Rees off the back foot, up towards mid-off, and there is no run. The prices are right for Gloucestershire. Ollie and Tom batting together.
I think even if they don't get a wicket till the 65th over today, Derbyshire would then have a lead, even at their desultory scoring rate, which is 2.5.
Well, yes.
Far off, would they?
Yeah,
they would have a lead.
Close. McIlroy bowls through low outside off stump. Rees shoulders arms, through it goes to Cook. And you just wonder how much energy is left in those Glamorgan limbs. Asked David Harrison, whose shout it was to enforce the follow-on, and he said, well, the players felt as though they could do something straight away again, having seen that collapse and hoping for the ball to do a little bit early on last night, but it didn't transpire to be the case, and it's a lot of hard yakka, as Simon Hughes's book was called.
It was. Well, yeah, I mean, Andy Gorvin bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens, second time around, having bowled towards the end, or at the end of the Derbyshire first innings. Very tidy, but didn't take a wicket, obviously. Here's Tim van der Hoogten, 7th over for him of the innings, 2nd of the morning, and he bowls to Harry Kame, who drives him off the back foot for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. Nice shot. He moves to 34. Really nice shot. 94 without loss. I have a piece of paper.
I'm glad you have a piece of paper, Dave. I'm glad the BBC hasn't cut back that far so as to deny you pieces of paper.
It's my own paper. I buy my own paper.
Oh, there we are.
I do claim some of it back, of course. A piece of paper which I think is fascinating. Not the paper, what's written on it. Edge closer to me revealing what's on that piece of paper. 94 without loss.
Piece of paper, 2 pence. Stick that down in the X's column. 94 for naught.
You'd be surprised what you can claim, Nick. 94. Yes, I nearly repeated the scoreline. That would have been ridiculous. The ball has eventually found its way back within 10 yards of Tim van der Hoogten. It hasn't quite got to him yet. T, of course, 20-4. Final day, if we get that far.
Over 8 is +4, which is why Kieran Carlson and Tim van der Hoogten can polish away there.
They can do absolutely anything. In fact, clearly it wasn't polished enough by Kieran Carlson because van der Hoogten has really got to work on it on the back of his right leg. And now he's ready to bowl the second ball of this over, which seems to have been going on for a while already. And he bowls 2. Harry Kane smacks him into the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Didn't get up. Not height an issue. Perhaps going down leg. I'll leave the full analysis to Nick Webb, who's got the stream up on one of his many iPads next to me. But that didn't look a bad shout. I can only imagine it was going down leg side. Unless he touched it, of course, with his bat. I mean, it was a decent enough appeal, but it didn't appear full-throated to me.
Going down.
I thought it might have been. We're not right behind, but van der Hoogten in again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane to go through to Chris Cook. Get in touch with us in all the usual ways. At Nick Webb at 2017 at Fletch Sport. FletchCricket@gmail.com if you want to write to us. If you send us a letter at the Media Centre, County Ground, Derby, we can read it next year. If indeed Glamorgan is still in the same division as this one is, which they may not be, pushed out into the offside by Kane to the point region. And there is no run. Swepson, who was fairly easy to spot yesterday with his floppy sun hat, isn't quite so easy to spot now. So I'm just trying to work out the best way to spot him. He appears to have elbow protectors on each arm. Short sleeve top.
He's the man with a plane ticket in his pocket. His bags packed on the boundary.
Qantas sticking out the back. Van der Hoogten in again, and Kane drives this up to Colin Ingram at mid-on. There's no run. It's a fairly genteel start to the day, really, in terms of the bowling. It hasn't, we've had that one appeal, but not much else so far. Early days, though, early days. Derbyshire's opening batsmen, who did really well first time around, are doing not quite as well, but not far off this time. In goes Van der Hoogten again. That one is clipped nicely off his hip by Harry Kane. Down towards backward square leg. They're going to come back for the second. Kane almost crashes in to Lewis Rees, and they eventually work out a route that will get each of them to the requisite end. Kane moves to 36, and Derbyshire at the end of the Van der Hoogten over with Rees on 58 and 96 without loss, trailing by 107 runs. I did think they were going to crash into each other there, though.
That would be an unfortunate way for the partnership to end, wouldn't it, with both of them on their rears in mid-wicket, but...
the sound of me tearing up paper.
Someone managed a cheeky sidestep. Test match Australia 65 for 1. Glamorgan batters past and present at the wicket in Khawaja and Labuschagne.
Former Derbyshire man, of course, Khawaja.
As in comes McIlroy, bowls. More runs here or not? Oh, there's almost a misunderstanding as Ul Hassan fielded at full stretch at square leg, parried the ball metre or two away from him. And once more, there was a slight difference of opinion between Rees and Kame as to whether a run was available or not.
They had a good chat, didn't they? They weren't far away from each other. Ended up back at the same end as they started at. I think there was a single there, probably. Don't run on a misfield, though.
As McIlroy bowls, it's played firmly to mid-off by Rees, which is nonsensical saying, really. Don't run on a misfield, isn't it? Yeah. Obviously, there are plenty of misfields where you should run.
And of course, if somebody lets it through the legs and it's a misfield near the boundary, you shouldn't get the runs then, really, should you? No, that was a misfield. Carry on. They could do what they do in baseball, where the scorers can credit the fielder with an error so it doesn't go against the bowler.
This one, again, is hit firmly to mid-off by Rees, and there's no run.
But the interesting thing, well, I say interesting, it's only interesting for those of us who like baseball. So when they call an error, it's the official scorer of the game calls an error, so it doesn't go against the pitcher.
Right.
But the batter doesn't get whatever he was going to get either.
Oh, really?
So you don't get a base hit if it's on an error. It goes down as an error.
That's a bit tough on the batter.
Yeah.
As McIlroy bowls to Rees, who, for the third time in a row, plays it firmly to mid-off.
If anybody from Scunthorpe United is listening, it would be handy, because I've emailed the club, I've phoned them, but there wasn't anybody answering the phones, and I want to get in tomorrow to watch Burton Albion. So on the off chance that somebody from Scunthorpe United is listening to Derbyshire against Glamorgan, you know where I am. You've got my details twice.
As in comes McIlroy, and bowls, clipped off his legs by Rees, down to fine leg. Tim van der Hoogten in front of us does the fielding, and it is another single, 97 without loss. In contrast, Herefordshire Cricket, who I emailed last night, got back to me in the very evening, working into the night.
Shropshire were very good last year as well. Couldn't do enough for us.
Yes, apologising for the lack of any Wi-Fi signal at the East Snore ground, but the broadcast is the concern of our colleagues at BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Imagine a large van stuck out the back of the pavilion.
McIlroy bowls and Kame plays into the covers. There is no run. 97 without loss. Dave has a twitchy hand for his piece of paper.
You will get to know the statistic, whether it happens or not. But and it's a David Griffin stat, of course. I asked him this morning. He already had it to hand, of course, but all will be revealed. Tim van der Hoogten's going to continue, third over of the morning. 2 overs for 8 so far today. McIlroy 3 overs for 11. Derbyshire 97 without loss.
Heroth on Twitter says Eddie Byram, top player who he greatly missed in the T20, but this geezer's injury record is dicey. Well, he has had 2 unfortunate and unusual absences during his 2 seasons at Glamorgan. This season, not only whacked on the hip by Tamal Mills, but apparently a bit of bone was dislodged, which caused further complications. Yeah. And last season, infection in, well, I shan't go into details, caused unexpected problems.
Oh dear. 97 without loss. Rees on 59 on strike as Van der Hoogten bowls too many drives off the back foot up to Kieran Carlson, who's now at mid-off.
Matthew Thomas says, do you think we'll replace David Lloyd? I can't imagine that many experienced county cricketers being on the market. Who Glamorgan would be able to tempt, but they have done it with North East, of course, a couple of years ago.
He's in the slip cordon at the moment as this next delivery is a leading edge out into the offside off the bat of Lewis Rees.
Although a very different sort of player, I think Ul Hassan has come through nicely in the championship.
played well
in recent weeks. So I could imagine Ul Hassan and Byram as a potential opening partnership. Byram shown he can tuck into things in the T20. He's a fairly orthodox player in the championship, so wouldn't be a rapid opening partnership.
And Hooked balls to Rees, who clips this one into the leg side. Is that James Harris at mid-wicket?
Could be.
Excellent.
I didn't see him yesterday.
He wears 9. Does he wear 9?
He wears 9. If
Yeah.
it's 9, it's him, yes.
It is. It's James Harris. He was on the field for a couple of overs yesterday.
All right.
At some point, I have a vague record. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known he was number 9. Got the binoculars on him, and it says Harris on the back of his shirt, which is quite a clue. As Tim van der Hoogten is in again, bowls to Rees. That one's down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. I'm not sure what it came off. Van der Hoogten didn't join in with the wicketkeeper and the slips. In fact, David Lloyd didn't join in much at all. Sam Northeast and Chris Cook were most exercised by that.
Yes, you need to coordinate those appeals better.
Yes. Yes, if you want to
One in,
convince
all
an
in.
umpire, you can't join in instalments, and everybody has to rush in. Rees looked unmoved. He's on 59, 97 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 106. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to him, and he clips this nicely into the leg side, and Harris misfields. They're going to get at least a couple here. They might even get 4. There is a fielder racing. It's Swepson who keeps the ball inside the boundary, but they get back for 3 runs, and Derbyshire's 100 is up. Ladies and gentlemen.
Are there any statistics pertaining to this occurrence?
It is only the 3rd time in Derbyshire's history that they have had 2 century opening stands in the same match. In 1980, Barry Wood and John Wright put on 114 and 131. And in July 1983, Ian Anderson and Kim Barnett put on 158 and 109. The first one was away to Worcestershire. The second was at home to Kent, but at Chesterfield. So it's the first time it's happened here. I've got to do an update, Nick. Sorry.
As Van der Hoogten bowls to Kame, who is forward defensively, playing back down the pitch, and the ball trickles into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Rees was safely at home anyway. Steve West on Twitter is always optimistic and realises that this is, because he's hashtagged it, optimism. 3 wickets needed at least this morning, clean them up by tea, and Glamorgan to chase 100 in the last session. Yes, I think Glamorgan would be delighted if the day would transpire that way. Gloucestershire, unfortunately for Glamorgan, have lost a couple of quick wickets against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire 231 for 6, 232 for 6. Ollie Price is still there, 90 not out. Worcestershire made 406. So Glamorgan will be very keen to see Worcestershire not winning in that particular match, given that they're one of the teams just above Glamorgan in the table. 4 sides essentially competing for second place behind Derbyshire, even if behind Durham, even if Durham are frustrated by the weather today. Australia 73 for 1 in the test. Derbyshire 100 without loss, as Mitch Swepson on probably his last day as a Glamorgan player, at least this season. In to bowl, and Rees plays it to cover, and there's no run. Glamorgan have been fond of Australian leg spinners this season. In the last couple of months, they had Peter Hatzoglu for T20 duty, and now Swepson for 4 championship games, as that's turned away by Rees relatively easily down to Van der Hoogten at backward square. Single taken, 101 without loss. Now we've got David Lloyd at slip. We've got a short leg as well. Rodri Lewis, this other sub, was confusing us all yesterday by having a Gorvin sweater on. As Swepson bowls and Kame works it away on the leg side comfortably, they jog through for a single as McIlroy picks up at mid-wicket. Billy Root, by the way, was the man under the lid at short leg for the right-hander, and he now goes to leg slip for the left-hander. Lloyd at slip. Mid-wicket is crouching on the drive as Swepson bowls, and Rees just allows that one to hit him. So presumably it's a pitched outside leg stump, and he was able to just use his pad. 102 without loss. Deficit now 101. So Derbyshire are indeed Bon Jovi, halfway there, and not even living on a prayer. 37 to Kame, 63 to Rees. One no ball accounting for the two sundries. Swepson, right arm leg spin over the wicket. Has Rees back on his stumps, but defending competently out on the offside. And there's no run. Two Division 1 matches ongoing. Lancashire against Northants. Lancashire declared on 5-4-4 for 7 in their first innings. Centuries for Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and the Welshman Phil Salt. And Northants in reply, 4 without loss, still 198 runs behind at Old Trafford. Nottinghamshire against Kent. Notts 350 all out, Kent 316 all out. Notts 232 for 2. A lead of 266 as Gorvin takes over, or will do, from Van der Hoogten from this racecourse end. So at Trent Bridge it looks as though Notts may well try to declare, maybe somewhere in the vicinity of Luncheon. 102 for 2. Gorvin chucking down practice deliveries to Van der Hoogten to make sure that everything is ready and functioning in terms of his bowling action. Now he's going to do it for real. And he comes, bowls to Harry Kame. Oh, that's wide outside off stump, and Kame ignores it. If you missed it earlier on there, having a look at conditions at Scarborough at 12 o'clock between Yorkshire and Durham. But it did rain very, very, very heavily yesterday.
They might say that, I suppose. Yes, well, that's how they say it.
Australia 73 for 1 as Gorvin bowls, and Kame plays it away on the offside, and there's no run. Marnus Labuschagne now has 3 off 40 deliveries, so that's a extremely cautious start from the Glamorgan batter. He's changed his bat in the course of that as well.
No, they don't, but I think I know what they're saying.
Here, Derbyshire have added a further 24 runs in the first 32 minutes of play. Crucially for them, they haven't lost any wickets, and they still haven't, as Kame plays defensively on the offside, and there's no run. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Square leg is back, so is fine leg. But Glamorgan trying to break through an obdurate Derbyshire opening pairing. Gorvin bowls outside off stump, and Cook's missed that. And it's a bye, and it's quite fortunate that it didn't hit the helmet and cause another 5 runs as well. Rare error of concentration from Chris Cook, since that was a perfectly straightforward delivery. But it has been a busy period for Glamorgan's players, with just 1 day between 2 4-day matches, although 1 day of the Gloucestershire match was rained off completely. Gorvin is in to bowl to Rees on leg stump. Clipped away, and he's bisected the fielders at square leg and fine leg. And it races away for 4. 107 without loss, Derbyshire, and the lead for Glamorgan goes under 3 figures. They now just have 96 runs of advantage to play with, and unless they make serious inroads by the time Derbyshire get to parity, then you would have thought this game is heading for a draw. Glamorgan's attack may just run out of steam. Gorvin trying to make sure it doesn't, but he's bowled again on leg stump, and it's turned down to fine leg for a single, this time by Rees. 108 without loss. Dave Fletcher has been engaging in bants with the BBC Radio Derby audience.
Sorry, Nick. I was away a lot longer than I really ought to have been.
That's right.
And one of our conversations from some time over the course of these 4 days bore fruit.
All right.
It's raining women with sticks.
Old women and sticks.
Yeah. I got it right.
Well done.
Yeah, the rest of them hopeless. But
oh, right, it was given as one as your tests of the Welsh language, was it?
There were sort of, phrases or idioms, I think they called them, that are translated from the Welsh into English, and are they real or not?
I'll do my blue best. Did that come up?
Oh, no.
Edward will...
One was put your fiddle in the roof.
Yeah.
To do your best. And there was wibbly wobbly fish as well, which of course is a jellyfish. Apparently. I don't know.
Edward will confirm or deny all these things for you.
Lovely. Yes, I shall quiz him. Mitchell Swepson is going to continue. I did notice out of the corner of my eye as I was talking to Ian Sky that he'd come on to bowl.
Edward will do his blue best to entertain you.
Well, as long as he puts his fiddle in the roof, we'll all be all right. I have no idea what they were talking about, in all honesty. And no offence is meant by any of the games that we have played, I can assure you of that. There's a short leg and a slip in place, as Swepson is in and bowls to Rees, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's on 68, Kame has 37. Whenever I go off to speak to Ian Sky, I always feel like I'm missing something, which I am, effectively, but just to have a couple of minutes on the radio so everybody knows that the cricket is on the BBC Sport website, I think is useful. As Swepson grunts as he delivers that one, and Rees pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Morning, Dave.
Morning, Edward. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Not much happening out there for the bowlers today.
No.
Swepson in again, and that one is turned into the leg side up towards Al Hassan by Lewis Rees. Only a light roller this morning as well, so we're not waiting for the effects of the heavy roller to wear off. Had its little trim under the gazeful eye of Neil Bainton, the umpire, this morning, the pitch. Down the track, turned into a full toss and crashed away by Lewis Rees for 4 to the East Midlands demolition standard, a wide long on. Rees moves to 72. 112 without loss, Derbyshire trailing now by 91.
I'm just thinking what Glamorgan would love to have is one of their former overseas professionals, or two of them, i.e. Waka Younis or Michael Nisa, who would, with their extreme pace, well, especially Waka with those in-swinging Yorkers, where those two used to knock over the couple of wickets and then you're in the game and you get into it. But I'm afraid that the Glamorgan attack on this sort of pitch especially is not going to work out. And to take 10 wickets, it's going to be a very difficult proposition today. And at this stage, it may be wrong, it may be a collapse. I can't see anything but a draw.
It would be disappointing if Derbyshire can't bat for a day on this pitch,
yes.
Certainly.
They batted so poorly after these two were out yesterday.
Awful. 112 without loss. These two have played really well together. And that one is a sweep attempted by Lewis Rees that he misses. Don't do that.
Got out like that in the first innings, didn't he? Popped up in the air for first slip.
Yes. Yes, it seemed to go right round as well,
Yeah.
didn't it? It seemed to almost come off the back of his bat. Well remembered. Caught by David Lloyd
That's right.
for 131. He waits. Swepson bowls, and it's a long way outside the off stump. It actually crashes into Reese's pad, about a yard outside off stump. And the over comes to an end. 12 overs for 32. Mitch Swepson, 112 without loss. Derbyshire Came has 37. Reese has 72. The trail by 91.
Interesting discussion in the press box a few months ago when everybody was saying how well these two have done to get 2 century partnerships in the same game. And one of the lads said, yeah, they'll be split up next year. And I said, why? Anybody going anywhere? No, they said David Lloyd. Well, David was a middle order player.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yes, up until 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And then he was asked, would he open the batting once Nick Selman went back? Remember him? Went back to Australia.
Yeah.
And I've always thought that David was a far better middle order player. I'll just break off as Gorvin starts an over. In bowls to Kane, and Kane goes off the back foot. That's a good shot. But they do take a quick single. I thought he'd hit it a little harder than that. Such a true pitch that he could get right on the back foot, watch it and play into the covers for a single. 113 without loss. But he has moved up, and you were there, of course, when he got that 100
Absolutely.
at Cardiff, and I suppose it'll be a case of where would you like to bat, David? I
Yeah.
suppose from the coach here next. You might well say, well, if I am captain, I have the responsibility of captaincy, I might just nip down to number 5 or somewhere like that. Here's Gorvin to the left-handed. Reese bowls to him. He's bowling too much. Gorvin is on leg stump. He's been clipped for a couple of 4s, and again, that was drifting down that area.
Well, it's interesting you should say that because I know that Liz Deploy's batted at 4 in this game, but he has been batting at 5 because Wayne Madsen comes in at 4 after Brooke Guest at 3. And these two have just signed new 2-year extensions to their contract as well. So it's not as though Mickey Arthur's looking for a replacement for either of them in the form of David Lloyd. So it could well,
they may have, when David was involved with discussions, it might have been mooted then.
Yeah.
Here's Gorvin again, bowls to Kane, who pushes it out to mid-off. And there's no run. Ingram, the fielder. I'd be tempted to bowl Ingram because he's been a useful leg spinner in his time, especially in one-day cricket, just for something different, because doesn't seem to be anything in this 4th-day pitch, does it?
No.
Which you don't really want. There is nothing in it for the bowlers. This has happened for the 3rd time in succession as Gorvin bowls. Admittedly, at Cheltenham, they didn't play for a day and a half, so you were saying, okay, it's a 2nd-day pitch, but certainly here, apart from the 40 overs or so we missed on the 2nd day, this is a 4-day pitch, and should really be helping the spinners.
It's a completely different colour now to what it
of course
was when we
is.
started.
Yeah.
There should be bits of rough to assist the bowlers and that kind of thing. It's dried out considerably.
Gorvin bowls, and this is a straight bat coming down on a good length ball and out onto the onside. Glamorgan, if they don't win, will pick up 13 points, which is only 3 points short of a win. So a nice rich haul of maximum points for them, certainly, plus the 5 points for a draw.
If they do win, then they'll get 24.
Exactly. But that would take them up away from... But the other teams, such as Worcester, Sussex and Leicester, now have a game in hand over them. Gorvin bowls, and that's played down to fine leg.
Gloucestershire just stumbling a little bit against Worcestershire, 235 for 6 now, still trailing by 171 at Cheltenham College, and they will play tomorrow as well. They didn't start until a day after us. No play at Scarborough, where it's...
I have to be honest here, Fletch, and say that all the teams that are vying for promotion will find it very difficult in the First Division next year. You and I have seen just about every team And I don't think that they have the bowling resources to trouble First Division sides.
The only
To be perfectly honest.
the only team that might, and they're going to go up anyway at Durham with
Durham accepted.
with
I should have
Potts,
said.
with Potts and
Yeah. Obviously, Carson, these boys,
Brighton
such a
Cars.
strong.
They're quite strong. Of course, it depends if England suddenly decide that they need Potts and Cars in their team, then that would badly affect Durham.
But they're a good side. They remind me a lot of Surrey, their organisation. When Glamorgan went up there, Potts had gone to the first test. And I'll tell you the tale as you go through this over.
Good luck. It's Mitchell Swepson.
I'm nipping quickly.
If he continued over from the City end, first ball defended by Kane, no run.
And Potts had gone to the test, and somebody else was injured. Immediately, Craig Miles was plucked from First Division Warwickshire because he wasn't in the Warwickshire squad. And someone else, I think it is from the Netherlands, came in.
Yes, they've got a couple of Dutch internationals, haven't they? Bas de Leijden. This next one is played off the back foot.
And he
by
played
Kane.
well. The point I'm trying to make is they're so well organised, they immediately look at where are the players around the country, we'll have him and him.
Yeah.
And Marcus North, who we had at Glamorgan, I know, he's a very, very good organiser there, his chief up there. And they do everything correctly.
Swepson over the wicket to Kane, who
turned.
guides it off a very thick outside edge down towards the vacant third man area for 4. There is a slide. You might have heard the fielder go, oh.
Yes.
It was Kieran Carlson.
Tell you that would have been the catch ankle height for second slip,
Yes, it would.
whom he had last night there.
He's been helped back onto the pitch by David Lloyd here, Kieran Carlson. I think he went on his front onto the ball and the rope at the same time, and we all know what's on your front, and I think that's where he's why
He's a tough little character,
Yeah,
Kieran.
absolutely.
And the point I'm making there about Durham, well organised on the pitch, well organised off it. The word I'm going to use, he was shamefully treated by the ECB some years ago. Do you remember when they fined them a lot of money? And
Yeah, when they overspent,
yes.
which they did. Here is Carlson in and bowls to Kane, goes back and pushes this one out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single here. They thought initially Ul Hassan was going to get to the ball, but he didn't. And Van der Hoogten does the fielding coming in off the cover boundary. So one more to Kane, who moves to 44, 120 without loss. Derbyshire 83 behind still.
The only game that Glamorgan have won this year was against Worcestershire by 10 wickets on the third day. And, you think, well, are they good enough? They will be vying. Sussex, I don't think, are good enough, do you, for First Division cricket?
Well, Derbyshire almost chased down 380
Exactly.
58 overs against their bowling attack, so potentially not.
They'll be massacred if they don't,
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a big gap now, isn't it? Swepson around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who clips this one into the leg side. He'll only get a single, I think. Van der Hoogten is that. They're going to come back for 2. That's interesting. He might have to hurry, but the throw comes in and Rees is back safely enough in the end. It was a good throw from Tim Van der Hoogten out in the deep, but couldn't prevent 2 more runs going on to Lewis Rees's tally. He moves to 75, 122 without loss.
What do you think, Dave, that if, and it looks increasingly likely at the moment, there's a long, long way to go, of course.
Swepson bowls to Rees. Again, clips it into the leg side. There might be 2 more here.
4, I think.
Van der Hoogten has got a long chase around. He gets there about a yard in from the boundary at quite a straight mid-wicket. That's the last thing Tim Van der Hoogten needed, to be chasing 2 deliveries in a row out there with the amount of work he's done in the match. Rees moves on to 77 at the end of the over, 44 to Kane, 124 without loss. The deficit 79.
If Derbyshire saved this game, would it be a case of the coach saying, very well played, boys, you did so well, or, well, yes, you saved the game, but...
Well, he might do, but I will still ask him about the 7 for 44 collapse in the first innings, which has put them in this mess.
Yeah.
I think I will still ask him whether it was the right decision to put Glamorgan in to bat. I imagine the answer to that.
Well, we all saw how green it was.
Well, yeah, well, no, I don't. I think he will more likely say, I'll be surprised if he didn't, and I'm sure he won't be listening now anyway. So I'd be more surprised if he didn't say, well, if we bowled better, it might have been a different story, because they bowled appallingly.
Gorvin starts a new over down the leg side, clipped away by came for a single. The score moves on to 125 without loss. At the Oval, it's very slow going, 79 for 1. They don't have to accelerate, really. 33 to Kawaja. Labuschagne is 5. 51 balls.
Yeah, proper cricket.
2 former Glamorgan bats. Well, 1 current and 1 who has played half the season for Glamorgan at the crease.
Yeah, Kawaja played here for Derbyshire and came back in 2000. When were they here last? 19, was it? He captained the Australian touring side here in a 3-day game. That was brilliant. Brilliant to talk to.
Lovely man.
Yeah.
Reese waits and clips this away to mid-wicket. Came on to run. He's rightly sent back by his partner. And,
they did that old trick. They said, we come down to the day before, you can speak to the Australians. Kawaja's going to be the captain. I thought, excellent. So I'll just sort of hide at the back. There's the entire Australian press pack there. And their press officer says, Dave, you're the local man. Do you want to start it? Well, not really, no. But thanks very much. I did do.
great.
Surprised me a bit.
Gorvin bowls to Reese. Reese into the ball immediately. Judges length perfectly. Pushes it out into the covers. 125 without loss. We've had 47 minutes of the final day's play.
And of course, we had the delight of 3 days commentary with Jim Maxwell.
One lovely man.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Proper commentator.
He was terrific. Very generous. Very entertaining.
Gorvin comes in, gets close to the stumps this time, and is just driven, not authentically. Got a sort of bit of an edge on that as it dribbled up to mid-off. Gorvin running in like a little pony in a show, picking up his knees as he approaches the crease.
I think I saw he was 26 or 27. He looks about 15, doesn't he?
Yes.
Remarkable.
There he goes. Knees pumping in, bowls, and that's played out backward of square. The third man has been abandoned, and they will pick up a couple more runs.
They're coming a little bit too easily, really, runs,
yes,
aren't they?
They are. You've got to try something.
49 so far this morning in 51 minutes.
I think, as far as Glamorgan's concerned, I think their best bet is to keep Swepson going. He created half a chance then when that edge went for 4. And try Carlson this end and possibly Ingram. You can go medium pace, and it's all much of a sameness. Not that it might not pay dividends, but worth trying. He's drifting down that leg side again. He's Gorvin, he's clipped away. They'll just be happy with a single. He read he's added up the number of balls recently. He's kept the bowling. And the score moves on to 128 for no wicket. And Gorvin now has bowled 11 overs, 5 at the mains, 0 for 19, but no penetration from this Glamorgan attack.
4 of those overs were in the first 4 overs that he bowled. He bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens yesterday evening at one point.
As he did in Cheltenham last week, 5 overs, 5 maidens when he came on.
Kevin Pennick, I'm not sure we can really, Kevin. He says, watching the link, but could we have a warning before the test match update comes on so as not to spoil watching later on TV? And it's tricky. It's tricky.
Many people like to know when they're driving the car or something,
scores
I'm
for
afraid.
all the games. Yeah. Just turn us down. New over begins from Mitch Swepson. The first delivery is cut to Sam North East at backward point, and there's no room.
As Dave knows, part of our job to let people from around the country know what's going on, because you've got promotion, relegation, how are the other sides doing? So,
next delivery from Swepson outside the off stump, pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees. Paul on Twitter says, although it's day 4, given that only 260 overs have been bowled, it's technically coming towards the end of day 3. Yeah, minor technicality. It's a day 4 pitch. This next one is pushed into the offside by...
He has enough time to walk into that.
Lewis Rees.
It's so slow, the pitch, isn't it? and to decide what he
Not
wants to
troubled
do.
at all. It's going to be a mistake. He tried a sweep shot in the previous over
Yes.
that didn't come off. You feel it's going to be a mistake that's going to rob Lewis Rees of a second successive century as he goes back into his stumps. That's the kind of thing he doesn't want to be doing. Clips
Not
it up
all,
to mid-on.
no.
There is no run.
I think boredom is the only thing that will get these two batsmen out. They say, "Oh, I've had a good net again." I think
It might get us in the end.
yeah.
Swepson with 2 balls of his over left, around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. And Rees goes forward. That's what we want to see him doing, pushing it back.
I hope the time doesn't come, really. If it's something like 300 for one, you'll see Cock taking off his pads and having a bowl and all that.
Yeah, no, we don't want that.
No.
300 for one, I like the sound of, though, as this next delivery back into his
Could 300 for no wicket, the way this pitch is played.
Pushed it back to Swepson. End of the over, a maiden from Mitchell Swepson. And Derbyshire remain on 128 without loss, trailing by 75.
We're talking to one of the Glamorgan coaches yesterday morning out there, and he said, 3rd successive game we've had this sort of pitch. And it really is so frustrating.
Part of it is that the ECB, back in not that long ago, they didn't want pitches that did this. They didn't want pitches that spun. So Taunton, they got fined and docked points because the pitch turned. And groundsmen and the whole ground staff are now saying, well,
What do you want?
We're going to prepare a pitch that will last for 4 days, and well, that doesn't
Not
do
break
anybody.
up.
It doesn't do anybody any favours either. So every pitch around the ground back in the day had its own characteristics. You knew what you were going to get when you came to Derby. There was a bit of grass on it. It would seam around.
Yes.
Mikey Holden had come in, and Mike Hendrick, and all the rest of it. Kevin Dean, Ollie Mortensen, they all wanted a certain kind of pitch, so they didn't have a spinner because it wasn't going to turn here.
I remember going to, years ago, to Trent Bridge, and Malcolm Nash, who was captain of Glamorgan, then went out quite seriously and said to the captain, where are we playing? Because it was green like this was, of course.
Yeah.
Rice and Hadley and Cooper, and that was the end of it. Here's Gorvin, bowls to Kame, and Kame is forward, puts it just short of a man who's been put there on the drive, sort of silly mid-on. Captain is trying everything, but at the moment nothing is working for the Glamorgan bowlers. No, it is a problem. The only time the seamers, if you April or perhaps in a bit of September, you'll get movement. When Darren Stevens used to take all those wickets, he didn't like that. Going bowls down the leg side, clipped on its way, might just be the single. Yeah, there's a man lurking there. 129 for no wicket.
I've had an email from Greg with some very complimentary words for you, Edward Bevan.
Oh dear.
No. Ed Bevan has the kind of soothing voice you would want to hear. I'm not sure about this next bit. If you were on a ship that was about to sink.
Gosh. Why, bless you all and all who sail in you.
That's exactly what you want. Yeah. Women and children first, please.
Gorvin is round the wicket and bowls, and that's played backward of square in the offside. That's very kind of him, but
It was, I'm certain. I know Greg is a regular contributor, so I'm sure he meant it as a
so
compliment.
does he think my other job is the ship's padre?
Yes, yeah, you are the bursar. He says Harry Kame's developing into a solid batsman this season. Played some excellent knocks in the T20, and now he's finding his groove in the Championship. Do you think we could set Glamorgan a target and see a run chase? No. No.
Gorvin bowls. This is coming off slow at every ball, I'm afraid.
No, it's not going to happen, Greg, sadly. But thanks as ever for your communication. It will be accepted in the spirit it was sent.
Well, I've been called some things in my time, but
All aboard.
never seen people in the last days of the last minutes of their life going round the wicket, bowls. Lewis Rees must be hoping you take this pitch around the country with him, as do all the other batsmen.
So he'd got 2 half centuries before, or 3 half centuries before this match, all of them against Durham.
At least he's getting them against Durham, which is the top
Yeah.
county.
And he was batting at 7 in that match. That got 2 in the same match up at Chester Street, batting at 7.
Gorvin bowls him. Oh, it's too wide and it's well fielded. No, it's not. It might have had a paw on it as it goes up to the... It won't reach the boundary. And it's pulled in with, well, Hassan there who returns. They take 1 more run. 131 without loss. 82 now for Rees. 18 runs short of another 100. In the match, Kame is on 46. And he is 4 runs short of his second 50 in the match. People talking, the 2 batsmen having a word, the fielders having a chat. Neil Baton's having a word with one of the fielders. It's that sort of morning when nothing's happening, is it? And Glamorgan, over it, is +4.
So they can take as much time as they want, really. They're not under any threat of losing any points that they might gain from this game.
Which is a minor sort of feather in their cap.
David Lloyd is leaving the pitch temporarily.
I don't have to. Am I going to bat on this next year?
He's actually going up there and saying, are we going to have pitches like this next year?
Yeah. Can I cancel transfer, please? Gentleman who sent us an email saying, please don't give the test score. No, if you can adjust your car radio or your transistor or whatever you listen to these days or your tablet, turn it down now because I can tell you Australia are 82 for 1. Kawaja is on 34 and Labuschagne is galloping away on 7 not out.
Swepson begins a new over from the race course then. First delivery turned it to the leg side by Harry Kame, and there is no run. The substitute fielder is Rodri Lewis, but he is wearing Andy Gorvin's sweater. That one is a full toss, and well, he sort of misses out a bit there, Harry Kame. He might go all the way to the boundary. It's been chased down by McIlroy, and he, in fact, gets 4 runs for it. He didn't really connect properly with that, but he picks up 4, and that's his half-century. Harry Kame, 50 off 138 deliveries. That was his 5th 4.
And Swepson must be dreaming of that seat he's got on one of the big aircrafts, which will whisk him away over the weekend back
First
to Queensland.
class, I imagine.
I wouldn't have thought first class.
No?
Oh, I don't think Glamorgan will play first class. Business will do, he
He'll be
says.
hoping for an upgrade. 135 without loss. Swepson bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Kame.
Once I've ever been fortunate to get an upgrade when I was working.
Was it worth it? Was it nice?
Yes, I have treated my wife a couple of times, but working-wise,
Swepson's next delivery left alone outside the off
I
stump.
blagged my way at Barbados Airport. I said, look, I have to work most of the night. I'm a journalist, if you want my proof of that. And she said, just a moment. And he came back, yes, I think we have got spare room.
Swepson bowls, Kame turns into the leg side and picks up a single to move to 51. 136 for no wicket, trailing by 67. Update for Radio Derby fairly soon. I'll
Keep on going.
I'll let you commentate in a moment, and I'll go on to this other machine here. If we get to the end of the over, which it looks like we might, because this is the final ball of Swepson's 15th over. He bowls to Rees, who turns it into the man at short leg, who is Billy Root. It is the end of the over. 136 without loss. They trail Derbyshire now by 67.
And you wonder, really, where the next wicket is going to come from, because there has been, well, I can't remember one play and miss in this first hour of play. Colin Ingram came up. I thought perhaps he's going to have a bowl, but he's not. He's going to collect the helmet, and will be Andy Gorvin to continue from the racecourse end, and he will be bowling to Kame, who just reaches half-century. Wicketkeeper is standing up. In comes Gorvin. Bowls the first ball. That's played away down towards short mid-wicket. 5 men on the onside, which does suggest that perhaps Gorvin is employing the reverse swing. Or as one of Glamorgan's great fast bowler, Steve Watkin, when I asked him what was reverse swing, he said in-swinger.
Yes.
And that was it, end of.
Yes, I don't quite understand reverse swing myself, but...
Here he is. Past the umpire and bowls now. And this lovely take by Chris Cook, who rolls it along the floor.
Dale Marriott's been in touch on the email. This is a great stand between these two, showing great tenacity that was badly needed. You said it's only the third time in Derbyshire's history that the opening pair have made unbeaten centuries in each innings, which it is. Do you have the total number of runs? The other two instances I do, but that would involve maths.
Next ball is defended and played out into the offside.
He said that would be a feat if it beat the other two. They have beaten the other two already, I can tell you, because 136 and 165 is more than 200, even by my rudimentary maths, and that is more than the others did. He says it's a great commentary. The voices of angels, Edward, we're the voices of angels.
Angels?
Angels.
A padre on a ship, whatever next. Gorvin is in, bowls to Came, and Came. There was an appeal for a stumping as he went down the leg side and preconceived. I think he probably have the signal because Cook was just wavering down that leg side. I'm going to ask you to guess.
I think the only issue was he didn't remove the bails.
Didn't he?
No.
Can't see from here, good eyes.
That might be. That might go against.
I'm going to ask you to guess that Mr. Labuschagne's 7 not out. How many balls he's faced?
If I was listening before, 72.
Here's Corvin bowls. Not off the back foot this time. Midfielder to cover. There's no run. Not bad. 66.
Oh.
So that's 11 overs for 7. What's the old boy playing at?
He just likes being out in the middle, doesn't he? Every time he's been out in this series, and you'll have seen a lot of him as well, having been at Glamorgan for a number of years now, it takes him about an hour and a half to get off the field when he's dismissed.
Oh, yeah.
He is so upset.
He's like his best mate there, Smith. Steve Smith is another one.
Yes.
As Gorvin comes in, bowls to Came. Down the leg side, yeah, I think they're trying this ploy of tempting Came outside his crease to try and whip it down and lift his foot, but it hasn't worked. In fact, nothing has worked for Glamorgan's bowlers this morning, and it's very unlikely that anything will on this soporific pitch here at Derby, which it's unfair for Derby to say it's ruining the game for spectators because there'll be nothing exciting to look forward to. But I'm sure they'd like to see a more excited last afternoon. I think we're going to have a change at the far end. Swepson's tried everything with no success. And we're going to have the offspring of Kieran Carlson.
The voices of angels are going to be split up, Edward.
Well, yes. What can we call Nick's voice, who sidles in alongside me?
Angel with dirty face.
Now then, Nick, I've been asking where the game is going to, and it's going to Derbyshire. I think will going off, and I will look foolish if there is a result, but I just can't see it, can you?
I can't see a positive result. Certainly, Derbyshire will escape with 9 points, and Glamorgan will have to settle for 13, you suspect.
I mentioned early on that at least it's 3 points short if they had to go to any points, but you can't look at it that way. And of course, the others who are alongside them, Glamorgan will go up to third, will have a game in hand. And
Sorry?
Because
the others will have game in hand, yeah.
the others will give a game in hand over Glamorgan, so they'll slip down, bound to slip down. Over to you, sir.
Here comes Kieran Carlson from the city end, and Rees plays the first ball comfortably away through the covers for a single. McIlroy is sweeping in front of the pavilion away to our left. Yes, Glamorgan must hope that Worcestershire do not win at Cheltenham. That game ends tomorrow rather than today. So some runs from the Gloucestershire tail would be very handy there. But Leicestershire and Sussex will each play 4 games in September. Glamorgan and Worcestershire will play 3. And they're all going for 1 spot. As back on his stumps goes Came and plays on the offside, assuming that Durham don't fall apart completely, and there's no earthly reason why they should, having been the dominant force in the division this season. Carlson bowls. Came props forward. Shout for LBW. There's a leg by taken as umpire Baldwin does not react to the shout.
Belated shout by Carlson.
So at the moment, Sussex 113 points, Worcestershire and Leicestershire 111, Glamorgan 107. As Carlson bowls and Rees plays out on the offside, no run. So Glamorgan will be up to 120. Which will be
third position, isn't it?
Which will probably be third, depending on how many points Worcestershire take out of their game against Gloucestershire, as Carlson bowls a full toss that is turned away for 4 runs. There's no one down at fine leg, as I suppose you wouldn't necessarily expect one for an off spinner, and that was a full toss that was just helped on its way by Lewis Rees, who moves on to 87 not out. As we've already had Dave give the stats for Glamorgan, for Derbyshire. 2 opening centuries in a match. This is only the 3rd time that it's ever happened, and the 1st time on this ground.
Yeah.
I wonder about individual, lots of 2 centuries in a match. As Carlson bowls and Rees plays away on the offside, and there's no run. Not such an unusual occurrence, because Brooke Guest did it against Glamorgan in this fixture last year, but they're not that frequent, I suppose. And he did get 131 in the first innings, which there may be some sort of records in the offing for Lewis Rees if he continues at his present rate of progress. So we shall quiz Dave Griffin, the statistician, come archivist, come photographer, come everything.
Well, I'm sure he's got all the answers as the sun comes out.
Huzzah.
I was mentioning to Dave, and you'd be interested, I spoke to Matthew Maynard yesterday morning out there, and he was bemoaning the fact, Nick, that, well, we watched as well the last 3 games, or the last 2 and this. We've had these pitches which help no one, really. And what can we do to get them better? Now, I'm no groundsman, I suspect neither are you, but there was talk some years ago of the different clay that you put into the ground. It is all a bit complicated for me, but I think you've got to try something, because you cannot go on like this. The members, the spectators will get absolutely fed up with watching these things, as we will watch Swepson, who has changed ends, come on for the first time at this end and pushed that through quite quickly. It came down in it and pushed it away to short leg. I'm I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the weather forecast, the weather does play a part, but there have been far too many draws in Division 2 overall this season, and the weather hasn't been, I don't think, any worse than usual overall.
Swepson bowls again, down the leg side. Carlson at short extra cover leaps up in the air more than in hope than any sort of anticipation. And nobody
Catch,
else
stumping,
moves.
anything.
Anything.
Cook whips the bails off.
Hit wicket, run out. Swepson, 1, 2, 3 little steps and 2 yards of a run. Is very wide of the off stump there, and there's no run. 142 without loss. 659 is it just behind now. It's the Australian leg spinner comes in, tosses this one up too short really, and he's played comfortably down to mid-on. The Glamorgan think tank of MP Maynard, D. Harrison, and someone else is probably the physio. Wonder for their pre-lunch little walk around the field and wonder what can be done. Well, nothing much, I fear. Richard Swepson in his last game for Glamorgan this season. I don't know, he might be signed again. This one is clapped away. He'll have to hurry, but oh dear, that was sloppy.
Misfield from Gorvin, who I think saw the potential chance of a run out. His eyes lit up, and unfortunately, the eyes did not remain on the ball.
Looked up
and
as
it bobbled away behind him.
I think he would have struggled then.
A direct hit, but it's at some distance.
The only semblance of anything this morning, there was an edged boundary 2 overs ago off Swepson, where second slip had he been, and then the horse then came in after the next ball, but it was too late. It was low ankle height, chance for second slip, but no avail. Here is Swepson, and he is about to bowl to Rees with 87 to his name.
Unlucky for Australians.
Yes, but he had nothing to do with Australia. Round the wicket comes Swepson, bowls to Rees, who clips this away on the onside for a single up towards mid-wicket. Swepson takes his cap from umpire Bainton. That is the end of the over, and Glamorgan's over 8 is very healthy, +4. Going back, what can you do with pitches? Can you send a specimen of soil and send it away? And it's a little wonder that spinners are not recognised these days because they can't get a ball.
Now, there
That's just
not that many spinners in the county game who play a consistent role through the season in all forms of cricket, which is a great shame. Thank you to Irene Davis for confirming that Royer, fiddle and a toe means to give up or retire. Much like Derbyshire in the last 2 sessions, he suggests, yesterday. Carlson bowls, and Rees allows it to go through outside off stump. The fiddle is definitely out of the roof for Derbyshire, and they're not giving up anytime soon. As Carlson is in again around the wicket, bowls to Rees, too short, and cross-batted away through the offside for a single. Byram fields on the point boundary. Oh, this throw is awry. Cook can't gather cleanly, and they're through for an extra run.
It's been sloppy, Glamorgan feeling the last couple of games, I have to say. Whether they've got a bit less interested here and their minds are elsewhere, but again, yesterday we saw an over where the ball went to the boundary for 4 overthrows.
Yes, Anuj Dal got a 6 in his 11. As that is outside off stump and allowed to go through. Edward Cooper says he looks forward to seeing Eddie Byram opening with Zain ul Hassan soon. I'm not sure if it'll happen this season. We'll see how Glamorgan set up for the final month, as that's through outside off stump and allowed to go through. Maybe ul Hassan will drop down to the middle order again.
No, I think, well,
or maybe Lloyd will drop down to the middle order for the last month. We shall see. Carlson bowls, and that's again played comfortably through the offside for a single by Lewis Rees.
Glamorgan have a game on Sunday. Is it against Hereford?
Yes, against Herefordshire at Eastnor.
I wonder how many of this side will be playing.
None, I suspect.
Oh. They've had some bowling to do, and they've been in the field and travelling the last week or so. They'll be on their knees by 5 o'clock today, when I suspect this game will end 10 to 5, you think?
Wouldn't be surprised at all. Carlson comes over the wicket, the right-handed Harry Kane on 52 not out of 154 balls, and he'll add another couple of runs to his scores. He turns one past the infielders on the leg side, and again McIlroy is into the action.
Carlson is bowling very quickly with those 3 close fielders. Obviously he's not getting any spin there, so he's just going to try and push it down the leg side and hope it's nudged to one of those fielders. But
I wonder why we haven't seen David Lloyd in bowling action in recent matches since his return from injury, whether he's just
Well, his
fearful of
Hamstring.
that hamstring that kept him out for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Because you'd have thought he'd have been used as an option by now in the game.
You would, wouldn't you? But there we are.
But as I remarked to him a few months back, he tends to underbowl himself.
Swepson to continue. He's coming round the wicket and bowls a short ball, which is punched out to short mid-on, and there's no run. Did watch the time that the batsman gets, Nick, to play the ball off it after it lands. It's just nothing, no speed or anything. As the next ball is a better delivery, which is pushed away on the offside.
Yes, they're able to watch the ball onto the bat when they're playing off the back foot, aren't they?
Yeah. Count to 3 and then play it. Wide of the crease goes Swepson. And there's a slog sweep there out to Cow Corner. And there's 4 runs.
That was nicely executed, wasn't it, by Lewis Rees to move on to 95 not out. And within reach of a second century in the match.
Glamorgan fielders, there's no real urgency there. Their heads are a little bit down, understandably so. One is 153 for no wicket. In comes Swepson. This time is dabbed down to short leg. 165 was the opening stand. And another 3 runs.
Yeah, past 150. I believe that Dave said that was the first time that it had been done that both stands were over 150.
Yeah. Fount of all knowledge, Dave Griffin. Yeah, that's Derby.
Check that when Mr. Fletcher returns.
Is there anything that man doesn't know about Derbyshire cricket?
Probably not.
Away comes the man on the drive on the offside, and now there are 3. Short fine leg goes back to the boundary. 2 men on the leg side, saving 1. 1 at mid-on, rather deep. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 deep mid-wicket, 5 on the onside then. Swepson with the Rees 5 short of this 100. Goes very wide outside the off stump and is padded away by the batsman.
You wonder if fine leg could be a bit closer for the top-edged sweep.
Yeah.
Or if a sweep slog is miss-hit.
Swepson, the last ball of the over, as he comes in and bowls again. And that's just dabbed down in front of him. All very quiet here. And on the county ground, they have 1 more home game with Sussex, but a couple of away trips. They come to Cardiff, of course, for the last game of the season.
Indeed.
Look forward to having them there. They'll be used to the pitch.
Yes, the pitch at Cardiff in recent weeks has been fairly placid and similar to this. Although, to be fair to ground staff around the country, then we had an exceptionally dry period followed by an exceptionally wet period for a couple of weeks. So climate change and all that. Carlson starts a new over, and that's pulled by Kame into Billy Rees's pads. At least I presume it's into his pads due to the fact that Root is unmoved by that.
To the gentleman who sent the email saying, please don't give the test score, it'll spoil me watching the highlights. Again, I say, turn your radio down and I'll give you half a minute for you to do it. And Australia are 91 for 1. And
it's pulled away for a couple of runs there by Harry Kame, down towards backward square.
Khawaja's 37, and Labuschagne has raced on to 9 from 77 balls.
There we are. Australia don't have to win. Carlson is in and bowls, and Kame again nudges it away with the spin, if any, down to McIlroy, who's doing a lot of fielding on that square leg area.
They're trying everything, in fairness, Glamorgan. They've got 3 men to the right-hander on the leg side, and he's bowling leg stump or just about, hoping he'll nudge it there, but similar this field, a leg slip and a slip now to the left-hander.
As forward stretches Rees, playing out on the offside, no run. So Carlson around the wicket for the deliveries to Rees. Appeal for LBW, no response.
Lewis Rees, in an interview with Dave Fletcher at the end of the first day, said that, I remember it was the first day, this pitch has lost anything it had of its quickness or speed or something to describe it.
Yeah, well, it was very green to start with, wasn't it? But it didn't play green, as Dave said. Carlson bowls, and that's played away through the offside by Rees for a single to move on to 96 not out. Not sure if Dave wants to return quite yet for Rees's century. No, he's got radio duties. 157 without loss. If Lewis Rees could hang on for reaching 3 figures for a minute, that would...
Send a message out, Nick. What?
Excuse me, can you wait until Mr. Fletcher's on commentary? Yes, have a drink. Have an isotonic refreshment. So we're 85 minutes into the morning session. Any Glamorgan hopes today you would have thought would have depended largely on claiming a couple in the first hour to give themselves a bit of a morale boost, rather. I think they need a moral boost. 157 without loss, though. Derbyshire just 46 runs in arrears.
And Swepson will continue. Just in the field for the left-hander, trying different tactics. He's coming over the wicket. And bowls now to Rees, who plays that away into the gap on the onside and ambles through for a single. Takes him to 97. 158 without loss. I think the wicket phone in the test, as I look down at Nick's laptop here, somebody is gone, and it is Labuschagne's laboured innings. Swepson is bowling and is pushed away onto the offside. I'll try and find out who took that wicket. I think it's, yes, here is the playback. So it was nicked by Labuschagne to, oh, what a magnificent catch there by Billy Root, who dived to his left. Swepson comes in again and bowls, and is played away on the onside.
Or even Joe Root.
Yeah.
Root 66.
Root 66, and he's gone for 9 of 77 balls. And Australia, and 91, 2 for 91. As I'll just describe this ball or so, and then Dave will be back to describe, which I'm pretty certain will be Lewis Rees's second 100 in the game. Swepson with 2 balls to go then. Balls to Harry Kane. He's on 57. Pushed away on the, what is the run rate here?
It's about 3, isn't it, by now? It's been going up a bit. Yeah, just a gnat's whisker under 3. It's been going up this morning, isn't it? Because it was well under 3 last night.
Swepson bowls. How many times have we said that? Kane comes forward, pushes it away on the offside. That's the end of the over. That's the end. Oh, I hope not. The end of me.
Until the afternoon session.
As Nick comes and welcome the big man back.
Thank you. A bit of a sideways shuffle as Harrison Maynard and Darren Thomas move underneath us, and Dave Fletcher is back just to describe Lewis Rees becoming the first player to score 2 centuries in a match against Glamorgan since last year.
He progressed last year, wasn't it? I believe. So he will be facing Kieran Carlson, bowling from the City end. Carlson is in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this out into the offside. A nice half stop by Ul Hassan, and they go through for a single, and Rees moves to 98. 159 without loss. The deficit just 44. They might be able to wipe it off by lunch. That might be asking a lot, though. 44 runs in half an hour will be very much against the grain.
Well, the run rate's been going up
Much
gradually,
better
hasn't it, today?
It's sort of 3.5 in the last 5 overs, 2.88 at the moment, the run rate. As Carlson's into Harry Kane, who turns this one into the leg side. I'm not sure, it wasn't even off bat in actual fact, because it's going to be signalled leg by Paul Baldwin. Turned it backward a square on the leg side. There is the leg by signal. 160 without loss.
Northeast flung himself backwards, but couldn't quite get to it anyway. And now he passes the helmet back to David Lloyd, who will stow it behind Chris Cook.
Slipping a leg slip for Lewis Rees. He was caught at slip sweeping in the first innings. Carlson bowls to him, but he pushes this out into the offside towards Ul Hassan, who's fielding at cover, extra cover, that kind of area. Halfway through his over, Carlson. Next delivery, driven out into the offside. He's only going to get a single though. That's McIlroy coming in off the cover boundary to do the fielding. 161 without loss. Rees on to 99, but he's at the wrong end. Just trying to see. I wonder if that's somebody famous over there. Seems unlikely.
Hollywood takeover for Derbyshire cricket.
He's wearing a full Australian tracksuit, top and bottoms. The gentleman in the car park. As his next delivery, bit of air from Carlson. Kane pushes it back to the bowler.
Does he look like a professional athlete?
Well, everybody does to me. He could be. Quite what he's doing in Derby and not at the Oval, I'm not sure. Kane goes back to the final delivery of the over and pushes it into the leg side. It means that Lewis Rees will be on strike for the start of the next over. 161 without loss. Kane has 57. Rees has 99. Derbyshire trail by 42. I'll have another better look at him. I was rather hurried last time. But no, I'm sure it's Australia, Kit.
It's green.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the badges on both the tracksuit bottoms and on it could be South Africa actually. No, I think it's Australia.
161 for naught as Dave Fletcher sprints round the boundary to
I don't think that's going to happen.
identify the.
Well, no.
Right, you'd better carry on.
Mitchell Swepson, 19th over, bowling to Lewis Rees on 99, and Rees defends the first delivery up to James Harris, who's fielding at mid-off. And there is no run. The unpleasant-looking clouds. Oh, no ball.
No ball.
Sorry, I wasn't
From
even.
a spinner.
I wasn't even contemplating there being a no ball. Did the man at square leg move behind square? I don't think so, because it would be the square leg umpire who does it. When they're 163 without loss. Swepson to bowl the first ball of the over again. Bowls to Rees, who clips this into the leg side after he goes back into his stumps. Always a little risky. I didn't even wait to see if a no ball was going to be called, because I never for a moment imagined that it would. Deficit 40. Swepson in and bowls to Rees, who clips this into the leg side. It's fielded by Carlson, no run.
Well, there's a lot of fielders in on the single. They're not going to make it easy for him.
No, he would really like to guide it down to third man, but he's not being allowed to. Next delivery, clipped into the leg side once again by Rees. Straight to northeast. It was at mid-wicket. There were two mid-wickets. A square leg, backward square leg, a leg slip. And Swepson is in and bowls to Rees, who turns this once again into the leg side, and there is no run. 4 balls, legitimate balls, that is, have been bowled by Swepson in this over so far. 2 to go for Rees to get to that. I mean, he's got plenty of other deliveries. Swepson in, bowls to Rees, guides it out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single, and there it is. Lewis Rees, centuries in each innings against Glamorgan. 177 deliveries, 11 fours, and a couple of century stands to boot with Harry Kane. It's been a very successful match for 2 Derbyshire batsmen at least.
Well, they really have flown the flag, these two, haven't they? And well batted, Lewis Rees leading the partnership on both occasions.
11 fours, as I said. Swepson bowling to Harry Kane. Final ball of his over. Pushes it into the leg side. Fielded by Gorvin. And the over comes to an end. 3 runs from it. A couple for the no ball. And most importantly, possibly, a century for Lewis Rees. 164 without loss means that Derbyshire trail by 39 now.
I wonder if Mr. Griffin, the statsman, will have any lunchtime delights about the numbers of Derbyshire batters who've taken 200s off Glamorgan, apart from Rees and Guest in the last 2 years.
It's the 20th player to score a century in each innings for Derbyshire. Nobody has done it twice. That is from the David Griffin Twitter feed. So even though he's somewhere, in fact he's away to our left on the grandstand, he still managed to tweet that. Excellent effort.
Carlson bowls and Rees is forward. Playing to Al Hassan at cover. No run.
Taken lunch at Scarborough, did you say? Have you said that?
No, we haven't. I thought they might knock it on the head for the day.
They're inspecting again at 1.
As Rees steers one to point, northeast fields, no run.
That very much has a feel of what happened here last Saturday when we had lunch at 12:30 and they'd called it off by 1. Very good burgers on a Friday though, or last day rather.
As back on his stumps goes Rees, turns it round the corner down towards a fine leg. They'll take 1, they'll take 2. Kame is running hard. Harris is running round the boundary from square leg and keeps them down to 2. Rees to 102, 166 without loss. Yes, at Cheltenham last weekend, given the alfresco nature of arrangements there, I didn't actually go to the ground till 1 o'clock and they'd called it off by 1:30.
Splendid.
There's Carlson bowls and it's driven back to him by Rees. There's no run. The umpires, I think, only left it that long so that they could get their lunch in at the ground.
Well, you've got to get your priorities right.
I'm not sure if all the players actually turned up at all. As Rees off the back foot plays into the offside. It beats Al Hassan at cover. And we'll take a single out to McIlroy running round. 167 without loss.
Gloucestershire have avoided the follow-on target
Good.
at Cheltenham, which sort of kills the game a bit, doesn't it?
One would hope so from a Glamorgan point of view.
Their lead is 143 and they're still only 6 down.
That's all right then.
I think you're safe.
Morgan hoping that Worcestershire don't win. As forward presses came, playing to point where Northeast picks it up. And there's no run.
Century for Lewis Rees. When he got to his century in the first innings, it was with his 11th 4. He's got 11 fours in this century. This one was quicker, by 18 deliveries. And of course, it is his 2nd century of the season.
Iron Davis, in fact, sent me a full version of the Derbyshire collapse yesterday. Mi rododd batwyr Swydd Derby fiddle yn y to ar ôl cychwyn gwych. Derbyshire's batters gave up after a great start.
Felt like that.
Collapse of 7 for 44.
I'm glad you translated that. Mitchell Swepson from the racecourse end gives that one a bit of air and it does turn. But goes down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Chris Cook. Even though Lewis Rees tried to get some bat on it. Sun shining now in Derby. As Rees waits, slip and a leg slip. Swepson bowls to him. That comes off a pad. Has he taken a little bit of bat? Does he get the single down to fine leg? He does. He moves to 104, 168 without loss. I was asked by Matt, who works the stream, I think it was Matt who asked me, it might not have been, what the highest opening stand was for Derbyshire. I couldn't remember. I thought, well, I'll have to look it up. I saw it as this next delivery from Swepson bounces a little bit, and it's cut away by Harry Kane for a single. He moves to 58, 169 without loss, 333. Lewis Rees was part of that as well. It was in the second innings of a game here in April 2017 against Northamptonshire, which I do remember because the Northamptonshire players all wore bobble hats. And they put on 333 for the first wicket. Derbyshire declared and Northamptonshire won. There's a long history of that, as this next delivery pushed through a little quicker by Swepson, pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees.
Northants won after Derbyshire put on 333 for the first wicket.
In the second innings.
In the second innings.
Absolutely.
Oh, it was to set up a run chase, was
Derbyshire declared. I'm not sure. I can't remember if there was any joke bowling necessarily, but that is the record. Derbyshire last season at Sussex declared their first innings, declined to enforce the follow-on, declared their second innings and lost. As Swepson bowls, that one is hit him right in front, but must have pitched outside leg stump. It certainly wasn't height that was an issue. As the appeal came in from Swepson. 169 without loss it remains. 20 minutes until lunch. 34 is the deficit. And Swepson to bowl the final ball of his 20th over. Bowls it to Rees, who uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and then pushes it up towards Colin Ingram. At mid-on, he does the fielding. New gloves, towel, drinks, all sorts of stuff being brought on by Mitch Wagstaff, I think. It might be Nick Potts, though. It's Wagstaff. The 12th man, the Derbyshire 12th man. End of the over, 169 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 34. Harry Kane has 58. Lewis Rees has 104.
And we have 19 minutes to go until the luncheon interval. There is some sunshine around now. Improving watching conditions for the few hundred people in the grounds. But not improving life for the Glamorgan players striving for a breakthrough.
Random female's not happy with the praise that Ed and I are getting this morning. She says she likes us best when we're in grumpy mode about some latest ECB madness.
Morning, Random, or afternoon.
Jed asked a question, I think, which we've already answered, but after you.
Carlson bowls, Kane defends.
This is a question for the Glamorgan followers in the box with you. Has David Lloyd always opened the batting?
No.
Well,
no.
As Ed would explain slightly earlier, which was a fascinating conversation, he's been middle order.
He's been virtually everything. As back on his stumps goes Kane, turns it around the corner and will hustle back for a second run as the throw is not the most accurate. And Chris Cook gives Jamie McIlroy a look to say, what on earth was that? He didn't even bother trying to collect it, relying on those backing up. 171 for no wicket. I'm pretty sure that David Lloyd actually batted 10 once in his seaming days. That might have been with a night watchman involved, but he certainly was 8 or 9 at one point. As that's tossed up by Carlson, driven by Kane to mid-off, 171 without loss. Kane has 60. So he was successful at 5 and 6 as well. before Matthew Maynard asked him to open in the championship. As forward comes Kame, defending to cover. So Lloyd went up from a sort of 7-8 fourth seamer position to become more of a batter, batting at 5 and 6 and bowling a little bit less. As Carlson just fires it in a little bit, but it goes pretty much straight through outside off stump, very little turn. And then Lloyd did well opening the batting in white ball cricket. As Carlson bowls, Kame drives into the offside, beats the dive of Swepson at cover. And so they're able to go through for a single. There is a sweeper out on the boundary, 171 without loss. And Lloyd, having made a success of white ball opening, was then asked to do it in the red ball as well. A couple of seasons ago when Maynard was rather concerned about the relatively slow starts that Glamorgan were getting. Nick Selman was very much in a traditional opening bat mode, but he was not re-engaged, and Lloyd moved up to take his place. So, yeah, fit in lots of ways, David Lloyd. I think his average would probably be a lot higher if he'd stayed batting at 5 and 6 rather than opening. But a selfless sort.
Well, these two have both just signed 2-year extensions to their contracts, so they're not necessarily looking to replace either of these two. Came on strike, Swepson begins a new over, gets some turn, big appeal. For what? I'm not sure. That was surely too high. Ball hit the floor after it hit whatever it had hit. And of course the man leaving, or one of the men leaving, we've not heard anything about Hayder, but I'm not sure he'll be here next season. His deploy ordinarily bats 5.
Yes.
Next delivery from Swepson, back into his stumps goes Kame, pushes it back with a square on the leg side. Little chase round here for Gorvin. They come back for 2 comfortably enough.
Kame's very busy on the running front today, isn't he?
Yes.
He's not striking the ball particularly hard, he's just nudging it around, but he's certainly making sure that he gets value for money for those nudges.
He needs to, yes, he has to score or run quickly to make sure he actually gets some runs. He waits, and that one is defended by him. He's only hit 5 boundaries in his 63. He got 65 first time around before almost getting himself out. He was out. Swepson bowls to him, he turns that into the leg side. He should be thinking here, well, my mate's got 2 centuries, I should have one, and I definitely need to get one. As if I'm going to tell an opening batsman what he should be thinking, but I imagine that'd be along those lines. But in youth talk, that one is short and wide outside the off stump, and he does well to reach it because he's not tall. And he guides it out towards the cover boundary for a single. Moves to 64, 175 without loss, 28 the deficit, 14 minutes together. Not going to wipe it out completely.
Drama.
This is the jeopardy now. Can they wipe the deficit out? At the moment, not too bad, but we're approaching first wicket down in the first innings territory. As that one is turned into the leg side. You say 65 overs? Sure, I heard
first,
you say that.
I think it was the 64th over the wicket fell.
Over, well,
Kame had 65 and the total was 165.
A lot of 65s in there. We've now had 61 overs. That was the final ball of Swepson's over, turned into the leg side by Rees, and there was no run, and it's 175, so they've gone a little bit quicker. And they trail by 28. Kame has 64, Rees has 104.
I'm not going to throw any stones about lack of boundaries in innings. The first time I made a half century, it included 1-4, and that was to get from 46 to 50.
So you
because the declaration was imminent.
I thought you might have just been waiting. I'm going to get to the half century with the boundary, but the rest of the time, nah.
Carlson bowls and Kame defends. It was more like I'll I'll be stranded on 46 not out because the declaration's coming at the end of this over, whatever I do. For Walton-on-Thames, 3rd-11 in Surrey.
Wow.
As Carlson is in, floats it up, drives, does Came fairly or relatively aggressively, but Swepson fields cover.
You chaired from the field.
It's more like a, God, I thought you were never going to get there. 175 for naught. Carlson bowls and Came defends, and Carlson can't believe that Came managed to keep that out. It must have kept a little bit low because Carlson was down almost headbutting the pitch in frustration, which I'm not sure is entirely approved behaviour. There's probably not a law against it because it's such an odd thing.
Your feet.
Yes. Carlson bowls, Came stretches forward, plays it back to the bowler, no run. 175 without loss. 28 runs in arrears. Carlson from the city end bowls and Came plays it out on the offside. I wonder if the St Helens Balconeers supporters group are making plans for the a relatively early exit rather than a full afternoon of this entertainment, as Carlson bowls, Came defends on the leg side to mid-wicket. No run, and the over, 175 for naught.
Again, all as I would say is 165 without loss.
Became 320 all out, 318 all out.
318 all out. That's
So if all
I'd
Glamorgan need to do is knock over all 10 for 150 again, and they might have a thrilling chase in the evening session, as we had last year when Glamorgan looked to be batting it out at tea and engaged in a thrilling chase in the final session, finishing up 21 short with 2 wickets in hand. Nice to see lots of all-star kiddies around and a few dynamos as well. Indeed, some of those taking part in the session appeared to be too young even for all-stars when I wandered past this morning. They were probably topped by the size of their bats, but they're all having a great deal of fun.
Good. They were playing at the back yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah,
they
they're
didn't
again
come
this
on the
morning.
field, they just played on the back. Get them into the ground, that's the main thing, so they know where it is. Mitch Swepson bowling to Lewis Rees from the race course side, goes back into his crease, pushes it up towards mid-off, but it's intercepted by Andy Gorvin before it reaches Tim van der Hoogten. We've got the big local, nobody's interested in that. Next delivery from Swepson is down the leg side. I think it's missed everything, in all honesty. Or did he get? Yeah, he didn't. It's more buys. More buys in this game than I think I've seen for a long time. Plenty in Derbyshire's first bowling innings. There were a fair few. Sorry, that's my fault. There were a fair few in the Derbyshire first batting innings, and 4 more now. I'll be able to tell you exactly how many there were in a moment if I can do some quick maths.
Ollie Price has finally gone for Gloucestershire against Worcestershire, making 115. Gloucester 273 for 7 in the 103rd over. Glamorgan would be jolly grateful if Worcestershire miss a bowling point there.
There is Swepson again. Over the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who goes back into his crease and defends.
Gloucestershire have 2 players whose names begins with Z at the wicket at the moment, and that must be a bit of a rarity. We'll have to ask Dave Griffin about that.
Yes.
Or Andrew Hicknell.
With it being another county, it's Swepson bowls, and that
They
one
probably
is
won't.
turned into the leg side. He probably won't care, if I'm entirely honest with you. 42 buys in the game.
They are Zafar Gohar and Zaman Akhtar.
Lovely. Swepson in. Rees defends. Swepson fields.
Well, we've had 100 runs in the session now. 101.
Yes, 101. There's 4 buys brought up the 100 in the session. Oh, and he's almost caught sweeping again for the second time in the match. Swept. It went over the head of Billy Root at leg slip, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. He has got away with one there, Lewis Rees, I think it's fair to say. Moves on to 108, though, of the final ball of the Swepson over. 183 without loss, Derbyshire, with 7 minutes to go until lunch, trail by 20.
Sweeping Swepson. It's a dangerous pastime.
Yes, he has to say he was dismissed in that exact same manner off Swepson. Caught by David Lloyd at slip as he got I think he got the back of his bat.
He seemed to
Caught
drag it
ball.
round, didn't he?
It seemed to go a long way. It was weird.
Looped up, and Lloyd had to plunge forward.
Well, he knows that Derbyshire's highest score is 274 individual score. They've never had a triple centurion. He was reminded of that yesterday by David Griffin, which I'm sure he was delighted about.
Perhaps Derbyshire could sign someone with a triple century to their credit.
Yes, that might be useful. Somebody who scored one in the game they were playing in.
Indeed. Last year, in September. Oh, there he is at slip. David Lloyd, 183 for naught. As Carlson bowls and steers it to Root at short leg, and there is no run. There's still quite a long time till a second new ball. We'll see the spinners bowling all of that. Carlson bowls, props forward. Oohs and ahs from the infield to getting a little routine by now. Oh, nearly had him if it hadn't hit the middle of the bat. It might have been out. Carlson runs in, bowls, defends to short leg. It beats a sprawling Root and trickles as far as Ul Hassan at mid-wicket. Root at short leg, Lloyd at slip, and 2 on the drive and the covers now. Just in case Kame fancies a bit of adventure. There's no sign that he has, because he's just stepped back and steered that one towards Swepson, who runs round it, stops it, and returns it whence it came. As here is Carlson plugging away gamely, and Kame with the most resolute of straight bats. Kieran Carlson with 6 wickets this season, at an average of 62 coming into this game, which is somewhat higher now. And he doesn't deliver the next ball because Kame was either distracted by a passing insect or a passing bit of chatter among the fielders and pulled away. 183 without loss. Carlson bowls, Kame forward, steers it into the offside, has a look at Rees, and by a majority verdict they decide that there's a single available. So Kame has stolen the bowling after an over which he gathered a whole 1 run off the bowling of Kieran Carlson. It matters not. The fact is that Derbyshire have now survived 64 overs, which is more than they did in the first innings for the first wicket, and 65 potentially remain if the game were to go the distance, but they have achieved, I think, a very large percentage of the work done to get a draw in this match, because they're only 19 behind and still with all 10 timbers in the shed.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I think we should have kept our where is the nearest place to the sea chat that we had yesterday afternoon when wickets were tumbling for today, really. Thanks to Adam New on Twitter getting in touch. Good to see Rees and Kame showing why they got their new contracts. Very interesting from Ed Bevan that Lloyd can come in at 5 or 6, which has to make sense if these two keep this form up. Absolutely. Well, it's all falling into place, isn't it? You look at the players who are under contract or who are arriving. Pat Brown continues to be an interesting signing for me. Whether he will play much red ball cricket, we'll wait and see. And Mitch Swepson to continue, 23rd over of the innings, bowling to Harry Kame, who defends the first delivery back towards the bowler. And there is no run. So they're not going to wipe the deficit off entirely before lunch. Gloucestershire 283 for 7 now, trailing by 122 at Cheltenham College. This in comes, well, it doesn't, because there's a change of the field. In fact, we've now got a silly mid-off as well as a short leg and a slip for Harry Kame. Swepson is in and bowls to him, and he goes back into his crease and defends. Both of these players know that they can return after lunch to guide Derbyshire further towards those calmer waters that they're approaching. Still behind, but only by 19. And Swepson is in again. That one is a fuller delivery, defended by Harry Kame. Glamorgan remain absolutely right in their decision to enforce the follow-on, of course. 203 their lead at that stage. These two are batted really nicely, as they did in the first innings, as Swepson bowls to Kame and he pushes it out into the offside. Northeast under the helmet at silly mid-off does the fielding. 2 balls left, 12:59 on the clock. Will it tick over? How hungry are Paul Baldwin and Neil Bainton? Swepson, penultimate ball potentially of the day, turning to the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a quick single as it's fielded there by McIlroy. They get there. That will take up some time because it's left and right handers out there. And the clock does indeed tick around to 1 o'clock with 1 ball of the Swepson over remaining. And they have bowled 32 overs this morning, or will have, after this delivery from Mitch Swepson. 2 leg slips, an orthodox slip, and now we're back down to 1 leg slip and a short leg and a leg gully. Final ball of the morning session, 185 without loss, Derbyshire. Came on 66 at the non-strikers end. Rees on 108. Waits, defends the ball with his pad. Going down leg side, says umpire Bainton. And that is it. Lunch on the 4th day. Derbyshire survived the morning without losing a wicket. 185 without loss, beginning the day on 178. Lewis Rees becoming the 20th Derbyshire player to score a century in each innings of the match, of a match, with 108 not out. Harry Kame, who will have 3 figures on his mind, I have no doubt. 66 not out, and they trail by just 18 runs now. Players and umpires leave the field. We will depart the stream for the time being. We will be back inside 40 minutes after we hear this applause for Lewis Rees. In and balls to Reed. 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 Go in and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. Welcome back to the Incora. I know where I am. The Incora County Ground. It's afternoon session on day 4 of the county championship match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. And at lunch, Glamorgan, well, they need some wickets. They didn't get one in the morning session. Derbyshire 185 without loss, trail by 18. Lewis Rees 108. Harry Kane 66. And if I wasn't contractually obliged to come back this afternoon, I'd have just listened to the end of that last song, Lightning Seeds, pure, beautiful. It was being played in the flashback hour.
All right.
On Radio Derby.
A radio station which you probably, if you're listening in the Derbyshire area, need to tune into between 2 and 6 on a Sunday afternoon.
Who's on, Nick?
This chap who will be
up-and-coming DJ.
Yes, spinning the platters. Now, what do you actually play them off these days? Is it off a computer screen, presumably?
Very much off a computer screen, yes.
Yeah.
There'll be no spinning.
Won't be even any compact discs or
no.
things of the past.
Do
you have a CD library still?
I think, yeah, I think so. But we're not allowed to change the records anyway, so or the tracks, as I believe the kids call them these days.
Ah, you see, you need to work with a producer of golden oldies shows such as my dear better half, who fulfills this function for BBC Radio Wales on a Sunday, trying to keep Owen Money and Roy Noble in order as they play hits of yesteryear.
But that's slightly trickier than keeping me in order. I don't know.
She does buy biscuits for them, so you'd enjoy that.
Yes, I would. You're right.
Afternoon, Charlotte, if you're listening. 185 without loss is the situation on the scoreboard. Kame has 66. He is on strike. His young Harry. Lewis, half Welsh. Rees is on 108. Not out. It's his Llanelli blood in his veins. And Glamorgan start the afternoon with 3 clustered round the bat.
More spin.
And more spin from Kieran Carlson. Into his 13th over. And he bowls to Kame, who plays it through the offside for a single. Which means that the 3 round the bat have to rearrange themselves in a different formation. Because we have a right-left combination. Despite which, Glamorgan's over 8 is +6 for the match. And 1 helmet is discarded because of, instead of 3 close catches, there are only 2 now in the form of short leg and a slip. And Northeast wanders off the gully. Carlson in to bowl to Rees, who's forward defending, and there is no run.
Match abandoned at Scarborough.
As predicted by our BBC correspondent in the north.
He knows his onions.
Well, he knows a soggy outfield when he sees one.
Yes, he does.
It's too far north to play cricket. Carlson bowls and Rees stretches forward, defends to root at short leg, and there's no run. But that will have precious little effect on the table since Durham are miles ahead and are virtually certain to win it. As Carlson bowls, that's turned into a full toss by Rees, drives up to deep mid-on. Fielded by the sun hat wearing Swepson. And your theory?
It's slightly sunnier now, isn't it?
May
But
be correct. It is slightly sunnier, but you think it might be a matter of decorum?
I think it is. Yeah, I like the idea that it will be you wear caps in the morning.
As in comes Carlson, and bowls, and Kame prods it to the sun-hatted Swepson. Now, noticed at the toss that Les Duploy came out wearing a Derbyshire blazer.
Yes. Nice, isn't it? Have to leave that behind, of course.
As Carlson bowls and turned on the leg side by Kame. In fact, it turns through the infield, and he will get 4 runs for it because it just about has the momentum to reach the ropes in front of the pavilion. There is no sweeper out on the leg side. And Derbyshire rocket on to 191 without loss, with Kame on 71 and Rees on 109. Are we at the stage yet where it's apposite to ask what is Derbyshire's record opening stand?
333.
All right.
Godalming and Rees, Northamptonshire.
A way to go yet.
Yeah. Yeah. In April 2017, they lost. After declaring their second innings rather brilliantly. The Northamptonshire players were all wearing bobble hats because it was so cold. It was the Northamptonshire team that was basically made up of enormous South Africans who could hit the ball a long way. And they hit the ball a long way in their second innings and won with the ball to spare. Mitch Swepson, 24th over of the innings, bowls to Lewis Rees, who uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Gorvin.
Do Derbyshire captains traditionally wear the blazer at the toss then? I ought to know this thing, really.
I don't think Billy Godalming did, and I've been told, I don't know how true this is, but it's Wayne Madson's jacket, or blazer. Swepson bowls. That's off an edge, down towards the vacant third man area. David Lloyd getting acquainted with some of the grass at the far end of the field now here at the county ground. Picks it up, and they come back for 2 runs. Rees moves to 111, 193 without loss. But he's worn it for every championship match, toss. Obviously doesn't bother for the T20, or didn't bother for the T20, and won't play 50 over cricket, as he is elsewhere in August. Swepson bowls to Rees, who lifts him out towards mid-wicket, fairly straight mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot by Lewis Rees, who moves to 115, and the deficit just 6 now at 197 without loss.
So who is leading the Derbyshire troops in Mr. Deploy's absence in
We
the
don't
50
know
over
yet.
stuff?
We haven't been told yet.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm not sure there are any obvious candidates, really, but senior players, Rees, Dahl, Guest, Swepson, Bowles. That one is pushed out into the offside.
Glamorgan will, for the third year running, be captained by Kieran Carlson in the ODC.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Well, the MOD, M or MB?
MB ODC.
MB ODC. It's nice to see that they did manage to get a sponsor despite the ECB's work in downgrading the competition.
Yes, they pulled out all the stops, or put the violin in the attic as the next delivery is swept, but straight to the man at leg slip. It was all along the floor from Rees's bat, with the violin in the attic. Loft. Anyway, somewhere. 197 without loss. It loses nothing in translation, that one. 72 runs Swepson's conceded so far. As that one is clipped into the leg side by Lewis Rees. Final ball of his 24th over. 3 maidens. 197 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 6.
It is reasonably straightforward, isn't it? Because if you stick something in the roof or the attic, you're not going to use it much, so you've given up using it. So if you put your fiddle in the roof, then you've given up, retired it.
Oh, I thought it meant something else.
No, it's to pack it in.
Pack it in.
Yeah. I mean, other musical instruments could serve perfectly adequately as well.
Easy to get a violin into an attic, though, isn't it, than some instruments.
The double bass might
Put your
be.
grand piano in the loft.
Carlson starts a new over from the city end, and Harry Kame earns himself a single by prodding the ball towards the cover sweeper, Tim van der Hochten, and the stand reaches 198. The first time that we've had 2 150 pluses in a match, I believe you said?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Good job, because I've written that in the BBC report. As Carlson bowls and Rees allows it to go through outside off stump. I wonder what other records I'll have to insert before the close of play. Could be a host. Could be pumping Mr. Griffin at tea time. As that's short of a length. Cut away hard by Rees, but Glamorgan have a sweeper out on the cover boundary, McIlroy Fields. And they just take a single, 199 without loss. Rees to 116. If you don't want a test match update, then avert your ears now. Asman Khawaja has gone leg before to Stuart Broad. 116, I think it was, for 3. As Kame cuts slightly more edgily than he might have intended, but the results will be pretty much the same as Andy Gorvin chases it down to the third man boundary, picks it up just inside, and they go through for the 2 runs that bring up the 200 in the 68th over. Applause, ladies and gentlemen. That'll do. At just a touch under 3 runs and over, having started very slowly indeed. They have accelerated gently from 2nd to 3rd gear today. As Carlson drags one down, and that's Hoyt through mid-wicket for 4 runs by Harry Kame to move to 78 and the total to 205 without loss.
Don't mess it up now, Harry. This is a glorious opportunity for him. I don't know whether his dad Peter's in the ground or not today. Has been over the course of the season.
As forward stretches Kame, defends.
If not, hopefully he's watching somewhere on his organic vineyard in Hampshire. If indeed organic vineyards in Hampshire have Wi-Fi. There's no reason why they shouldn't, of course.
Organic Wi-Fi.
Organic, yes.
Powered by the fruit of the land. No pesticides involved in the creation of this Wi-Fi service.
Just good, honest Wi-Fi.
Blows on the wind.
205 without loss. This is going to get worse. As Swepson is in full toss, driven down the ground, and Swepson almost deflects the ball off Lewis Rees's bat onto the stumps at the end, at the non-striker's end, and Harry Kame had to turn rather quickly there to get his bat back down. I think he would have done. +6 the over rate. I don't know what the world record is, as the next one from Swepson is swept. But he doesn't make much contact with it, if any, and it's picked up by Billy Root, who's fielding at leg slip. I was saying Billy Root. Billy Root has been fielding at leg slip, and I'm assuming it's still him. He's got the fielding pads on and a helmet, which means I have no idea who it is. Using his feet, clipped into the leg side by Lewis Rees, falls just short of Sam Northeast, who's one of several mid-wickets out there. There's actually more of a square leg, but he's in front of square. McIlroy, Northeast at mid-wicket. Carlson there as well, as this one is defended by Rees back to Swepson. Late arrival, makes his way into the grandstand. Hedging his bets, shorts and a raincoat. You can never be too careful. Swepson bowls, back into his crease goes. Rees forces it out into the offside, fielded by Gorvin. And there's no run. You can get in touch with us. Please do. Nick Webb, 2017, Fletch Sport on X. This one's in the air as he sweeps it, and it lands probably 15 yards in front of Ul Hassan, coming in from the long leg boundary. Rees picks up a single, moves on to 117. Harry Kame has 78. Derbyshire 206 without loss, leading now by 3.
Edward Cooper saying keep the faith. The first Derbyshire wicket didn't fall until 63.1 overs yesterday. Well, we're past that now. We've got 69 overs on the board. And Glamorgan still to make a breakthrough. I get the feeling that a run out is as likely as anything. Carlson bowls and Rees clips it on the leg side to Gorvin at mid-wicket, no run.
The pitch / bowling quality debate was raging at lunchtime. Well, raging might be over-egging it, but...
Rumbling.
Yeah, rumbling.
On the back foot, Rees cuts and we'll get a single out to the point boundary. 207 without loss. Rees to 118 not out. Dave is examining his headphone lead suspiciously.
I was just making sure they've removed the cue now. I was just making sure I was there, but there is no cue.
Are you there for them?
I will be. If they want me.
A heroic draw shortly to be salvaged by Derbyshire as Kame defends dead bat and the ball just dribbles about
Cue returns.
8 metres.
Gloria Estefan. Was she the Miami Sound Machine?
I believe she was involved in that particular venture.
Musical collaboration.
As Carlson bowls slightly quicker, defended again by Kame.
I ought to know. I'm sure it was the 1980s.
Yes. As Carlson is in to bowl to Kame, 3 round the bat, but he plays it competently to cover, and there is no run.
Gloucestershire have been dismissed
Oh dear.
for 301.
Were they dismissed within 110 overs? Or
I shall find out
how
for
many?
you.
Did Worcestershire have 9 wickets by the 110 over mark? That's what I want to know. On behalf of Glamorgan followers.
They were dismissed in 107.4 overs.
Oh, bother. Came defence to short leg and no run. So Worcestershire will take at least 12 points from that game if it were to be drawn. And Worcestershire, well, a first innings lead of something or other.
105.
Will be in a position potentially to press for victory with another day left of that game. If Worcestershire were to draw it with 12 points, then Glamorgan would make up 1 on their deficit of the pairs, which is not hugely significant, but Glamorgan will be fingers crossed that Worcestershire don't enforce victory tomorrow at Cheltenham College.
Well, they can't get promoted because they won't have any players next season, will they? They've all seemed to have left.
I think they've lost 5 and signed 1, something like that.
Brett Oliveira, I don't think there's anybody there anymore. Swepson begins a new over, bowls to Rees, who pulls it backward of square on the leg side. Slog sweeping, picks up a single to move to 119, 208 without loss, Derbyshire. Who, if they're still batting at tea and there aren't very many wickets down, will have saved the game. Tea will be at 20-4, no matter what. We will have a final hour. Oh, certainly, it might. Well, it might be signalled whether we have it or not. I'm not sure. Another slip's been brought in by Swepson for Harry Kane, short leg there as well, and he cuts this out into the offside to McIlroy, and there's no run.
You would imagine that it'll be a declaration at 10-5 to allow an extra 10 minutes off the game.
Yes, yes. Well, it depends how close to a landmark either. If these two are still there.
Yeah. Harry Kane might be close to 3 figures.
He sweeps this one. Yeah, not likely though. Sweeps this one. I think he's got some bat on it as well. It's gone all the way to the boundary down at very fine leg. And he does pick up 4, so he moves to 82. He's heard you, Nick.
He'll be 3 figures before tea. He'll be all right.
212 without loss. Lead 9.
Rees might be near 200 by then if he's still in.
Yes, the high score in Derbyshire history, 274.
Not sure if that's under threat.
Depends how mad he goes later, I suppose, when the game is potentially safe, as Swepson's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. And there's no run.
Depends how unserious the Glamorgan bowling gets.
Oh, yes. Well, once we see Chris Cook taking his pads off, we know we're in trouble. Swepson bowls turned into the leg side by Harry Kane, fielded by Gorvin.
Well, he did bowl the last 3 balls of the Gloucestershire innings on Sunday. .4.
Next one from Swepson's left alone outside the off stump by Kame. Goes through to the aforementioned Cook. Kame has 82, Rees 119, 212 without loss, Derbyshire. Leading by 9 runs, and I'd almost forgot my 2 o'clock then, so I'll just nip off.
It's the sheer drama of it all as Dave Fletcher will replug himself and inform radio listeners of latest events here at the county ground. As a car leaves the car park, someone's had enough. 212 without loss, the lead just 9, but I think we're fairly safe to say the game is safe for Derbyshire. As Carlson trundles in and bowls to Rees, who clips it to root at short leg. There is no run. Here comes Carlson again, and down the wicket goes Rees and lofts him over mid-on for just the 4. cleared Swapson, who is about halfway back, hoping for the miss hit. And Rees showing some welcome adventure to keep the afternoon crowd. Oh, there we are, the Yorkshire penalty has come in, as that's defended by Rees on the offside, and there is no run. So, yeah, the email's just dropped from the ECB. Carlson bowls back on his stumps, goes Rees, defends back to the bowler. Fine of £400,000, 48 points immediately deducted in the county championship and 4 points in the T20 Blast. Just neither here nor there, as that is cut by Rees to point, and there is no run. There will, of course, be details on the BBC Sport website very quickly, if haven't been there already, as that's swept by Rees, bouncing down towards fine leg to Tim van der Hoogten, who slips as he throws, and thankfully peels himself up off the ground fairly short order. Just had a nasty moment there as van der Hoogten slipped and stayed down for a moment. So Yorkshire have admitted 4 amended charges. It's in the wake of all the racism row of recent years, which it would be invidious to summarise here. So Derbyshire off the foot of the table.
Indeed. 4-point deduction in this season's T20 Blast seems entirely pointless, as it's finished and they didn't qualify anyway.
Yeah,
that's not much of a punishment, is it, really? No. But and they weren't going to get promoted this season either, it would appear. So I think they've got away lightly there, personally. £400,000 fine's interesting. Nothing in the one-day cup. The Swepson begins a new over from the racecourse end. I can't see anything relating to the one-day cup, certainly. So
you would have thought that had
forget the Blast,
points
put it in the one-day cup.
Deducted, they would have been across all 3 competitions.
Yes. Anyway, work that out if you can. Next delivery is swept by Lewis Rees down to backward square leg for a single. He moves on to 124.
We'll give a test match update if listeners who don't want to hear that want to block their ears for the next 10 seconds.
Hang on. Yeah, go on.
Australia won 27 for 4. Head, Cook, Bairstow bowled Broad 4. Smith still there, 17 not out. It's all right, you can unblock them now.
Pardon? Swepson bowls, and it's defended by Kame back towards the bowler. Peter is, Harry's dad is listening.
Afternoon, Peter.
From home today. Fingers crossed at this end for you, Peter. As Harry waits for Swepson's next delivery, and he gets a bottom edge as he tries to sweep it onto his pads. There is no run. Just in from a morning mowing, he says. Beautiful.
Does he ever send a bottle of his produce your way?
I'm not really a wine drinker, but no, not yet. As Kame pulls this, and it was in the air for a long time. Van der Hoogten fields it, shies at the stumps. Carlson's very excited. Rees was already back in his ground. The ball missed the stumps anyway, and what you will see in the scorebook for that is a dot.
But an all-action dot.
There should be another sort of symbol for all action.
Exclamation mark.
Yes. Swepson in again, and Kame, without moving his feet really, pushes it out into the offside.
He is still being given a testing, is Harry Kame, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's not been allowed to proceed entirely untroubled to what looks likely to be a century.
As we said, he's still relatively early in his career. Got into the side after 2 or 3 games this season. Opened the batting with Haider Ali to begin with. One of his non-landmark innings was a 49, which was hugely disappointing. It's only his 20th match in total, though, in first-class cricket. Which is unsurprising because he's only 12. He looks so young.
He does, doesn't he?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's
Fresh-faced.
Frightening. Absolutely frightening. He's 24.
That first ball from Carlson is turned round to fine leg by Lewis Rees. He'll come through for a couple of runs, 220 without loss. Yes, he's at the stage where he probably wishes he looked older, and then he'll spend the next several decades wishing he looked younger. Enjoy it while it lasts.
I have a brief story about how young he looks, which I think listeners might enjoy.
As Carlson bowls, and Rees again sweeps. This time he's nailed it rather more efficiently, and it's run away for 4. 224 without loss. Rees to 131.
We were out in Durham one evening after, I presume after a day's play, and there were some Derbyshire players looking for somewhere to watch one of the football matches that was on that night. And they passed through, but it was Zach Chappell and Mark Watt, who are fairly substantial human beings, and Harry Kane was sort of following on behind. It looked like they were taking their adopted son out for the evening. It was brilliant. Oh, they spotted us in the pub and scuttled off somewhere else, which is probably wise.
Carlson in, bowls, and it's allowed to go through by Lewis Rees outside off stump. I thought you were going to say that he was refused entrance to the pub.
Well, I think he did need to carry some form of ID. Yes.
As Carlson bowls, appeal for LBW, no response from umpire Baldwin. Yeah, my younger daughter is 27, still gets ID'd fairly regularly.
That must be quite nice, though. Does she appreciate that? I mean, it can be irritating, I'm sure.
I think she's irritated by it when it's the local shops and she's showed her ID or passport, as that is driven by Rees up to mid-off. That no one actually ever remembers that, you know, they ID'd her last week, and she still looks pretty much the same.
Yes, she hasn't looked. She's not looking younger this week than she did last week.
224 for noughts as Rees turns that one into a full toss, comes down the wicket, punches it to mid-off. Slight misfield, but no run. 224 is the Derbyshire total. And they are 21 runs in the lead, with 55 overs potentially remaining of the match. I think since about midday today, it's been fairly evident that this game is heading for a draw and a 10-5 finish.
Mike Hibbs, hello Dave. I see that Lewis Rees has gone into the record books. Most runs in a match for Derbyshire against Glamorgan, beats Peter Kirsten's 252 in 1980, he suggests. And you might want to check that with
Mr. Griffin.
Mr. G.
Yep.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And Jed says Yorkshire's points deduction this season at a waste of time should be next season. So Derbyshire won't be bottom of the table next year. That's harsh, Jed, but they won't be bottom of the table this year instead. Swepson in and bowls to Kane, who pushes it straight back to the Australian. First delivery of his 28th over of the match. 0 for 79. Well, obviously it's 0. Everybody's 0. 79 runs he's conceded. 224 without loss. Derbyshire leading by 21. Swepson in and bowls. And that one does turn, but started so far outside the off stump that Kane could just watch it go into Chris Cook's gloves. Luke on the balcony with his camera still doing the sterling work for the stream, as this next delivery is left alone again by Harry Kane to go through to wicketkeeper Cook. Looks like he's pointing that camera at me now. I'm not happy with that.
Give him a wave, Dave.
I didn't give him permission. Should I not have to sign something? Swepson in, bowls, turned into the leg side by Kane. Chase on here for Gorvin, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll get back for 2 very comfortably indeed as Kane moves to 84. 226 without loss.
Yes, talking about the tables being turned on the media, doing various, couple of Welsh Rugby Union national press conferences, media conferences earlier in the year, and of course the Netflix lotter were filming the Six Nations.
Swepson bowls, Came defends.
So it's rather unnerving to find their cameras filming the media asking the questions rather than the people who are actually answering them, which you would have thought would be more relevant. But
You would have thought so. Who are the celebrities in here? Came defends the final ball of the Swepson over out into the offside. 2 runs from it, 2:26 without loss. Derbyshire lead by 23.
Yeah, I had a rather embarrassing experience along those lines with Hugh Morris, now the chief executive of Glamorgan, but former captain, of course, as well. And I was sitting there chatting to him, I think probably with a microphone in the vicinity, and someone came up and asked for my autograph. I said, "No, it's him you want." "Oh, I've got his. Can I have yours as well, please?"
Yes.
Probably had to go home and then try and work out who I
A
was.
small child was urged by its parent to get my autograph at Leicester once. I'm not sure if it was this season or last season. I said, "You genuinely don't want it?" And the parent at the back said, No, he does.
As Rees off the back foot plays Carlson's first ball through the covers, goes through for a single.
And 17 bank accounts have since been opened in my name. So just beware. Just beware.
Yes, the Fletcher riches have been distributed around the many continents of the world.
Yes.
Is it 7 continents officially, including Antarctica?
That's a terrific question. We can open that to the audience.
We
Yeah,
can.
no, I think you're right.
I think there's 7 officially.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thought Trabanas might be one of them for a moment, but Edwards wandered off again. Carlson into Came on the back foot, defends into the leg side, and there is no run. Oil Oracle on Twitter saying, praying the looming new ball starts a Derbyshire crumble.
Well, but they're still not out of the woods, are they?
Almost. Carlson bowls, Came
Sharp.
pulls and dinks it down to a fine, fine leg for 4 runs, 231 for naught.
The only shot we've seen today, probably, but I've seen 2 of them now, in which the famous Derbyshire backstop employed against Glamorgan a couple of seasons ago would have come into full operation. Of course, Derbyshire are the only team that have ever operated with a backstop in first-class cricket since 1870, so there isn't one, quite rightly.
Next delivery. Sometime. Very shortly. Now from Carlson, and Came allows it to go through outside off stump. Edward Cooper, who is watching in the ground, is alarmed by the fact that the over 8 on the board appears to be -6. It is actually +6.
Yes, the minus on that. This board drives me insane. The minus on the board doesn't count. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Came. If it is minus, there's another symbol appears next to the number, and that becomes a minus. What I would suggest is you don't look at that board. If you can see the big board, bottom right-hand corner, just above the green clock, the over rate is +6. Don't be alarmed.
As Carlson bowls and Came defends, you would be hard-pressed to be -6, given that Swepson's bowled 28 overs and Carlson 18. Those would be very long spinners' overs.
All but 30 overs of this innings have been bowled by spinners, so if they were, I mean, I think they started off at +2 anyway. So it's probably more than +6 now.
Right, Edward Bevan will join you to
Excellent.
entertain the masses for the next half hour.
What are you going to do as a song, possibly? 2:31. We've got Harry Kame's potential landmark to come. I don't like to say it out loud. Lewis Rees, well, he's on 132. Came 88. Rees will be on strike for the first ball of the next Mitch Swepson over. His 29th of the innings. Conceded 81 runs so far. He's got a bandage on his little finger on his left hand, where clearly a piece of feeling hasn't gone entirely according to plan. Slip and a leg slip, and he bowls to Rees, who turns it into the leg side. Or it's fielded by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Edward.
And you join us at a very exciting stage of this game. Yeah, good afternoon.
Swept, very good. That's a nice sweep. It's in the air for a while. It probably only drops about a yard or so. Shy of McIlroy out there at backward square leg. David Lloyd has his cap off. He's got his hand on his head. Single to Rees, moves to 133. 232 without loss. Derbyshire's lead is 29 now. It brings Harry Kame back on to strike. Looking for what would only be the second three-figure score of his first-class career. And he waits now as Swepson bowls to him, and he gets a ball that is quite away from his body, and he punches it out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs and moves into the 90s. Harry Kame's 10th boundary of the innings. 92 not out he is now, 236 without loss. Less than 100 away from Derbyshire's record opening stand.
Against Glamorgan?
Against anybody. Against anybody. They're not far off the record against Glamorgan. Next delivery, Kame goes back into his crease. He is hit on the pad. That was going down leg side, even from here. Swepson was more of a polite inquiry than an appeal. And there was no run, of course. Yeah, Adrian Rollins and Michael May. I didn't look up the year, though. I didn't remember the year. This one is turned into the leg side by 1997.
See England are fighting back.
Hang on, don't say anything. If you don't want to know the score, turn off.
Turn off. 138 for 4.
WG's there.
Yeah, does he play? No.
Loopy leg spinner this time to Kame, and he deals with it very pleasantly indeed by putting it out to the point boundary for 4. And all of a sudden, Harry Kame's up to 96. 240 without loss. Derbyshire lead by 37. M.R. May is somebody I hadn't come across. Michael Robert May. 25 first-class matches for Derbyshire with an average of just under 30. High score of 116.
All right, where are we? 240 without loss.
Where are we and who am I?
Who am I? Yeah. Spoke to David Harrison again this afternoon. Just went for a walk round. I said, what do you make of all this? He said, well, spoke to the Derbyshire boys. Look, we've had to put up with this all season, they said, which is fair enough. And there's nothing that seems can be done.
Game grinds to a halt when the over it gets to +6, which it has done now. Even though Kieran Carlson's going to continue.
Well, the new ball is due whether they'll bother to take it. Because the fast bowlers have had so much work in the last 3 or 4 days. You don't want to tire them out. Let these two boys bowl on and on. The game is gone, isn't it?
Yes, I think effectively it has, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. Given their 7 for 44 collapse.
Carlson bowls. And this is clipped away. And Van der Gooten 2 days ago would have run in and thrown it. He just lets it come to him and tosses it back. Such is the position of the game on a lovely afternoon. It was really warm out there. And
I was surprised how warm it was last night when we left. It was really warm.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. 4 away from its 100 here, Edward.
Well, I think you better take it because...
Carlson bowls to Kame, who dances down the track and launches it up and over, long off for 4. And Harry Kame has a century, the second of the season, the second of his first-class career. 233 deliveries. That was his 12th 4, and he's shared so far in a partnership worth 245 for the first wicket with Lewis Rees. Nice for Harry Kame.
Nice way to get his 100. Lovely shot. Just as well I passed over to you.
It was quick. I didn't think it would come that quickly.
Yeah. Carlson, still with an attacking field. 2 short legs and a slip. Over the wicket he bowls. This is dabbed away to third man. And he'll get a couple more as a rather tired Van der Gooten runs over it and returns.
No, the key for Harry is not to throw it away now. So it has. They've now equalled the highest opening stand
Of all time.
for Derbyshire against Glamorgan.
Here's the next ball. They've beaten it because that was a poor delivery, which is pulled away to mid-wicket. Often you see batsmen, after they get their 100, they put the shackles off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Second of his career, second of the season, as I say, for Harry Kane. The previous record was the 250s up. Adrian Rollins and Michael May at Chesterfield in 1997.
Remember it? That was Glamorgan's championship here. That's how I remember it.
Glamorgan probably won the game, but
There's Carlson. And this time is a better delivery, which is pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run.
from memory, and I'm fairly sure I'm right, Harry Kane scored the first century of the season for Derbyshire.
Did he?
Took him a while.
Carlson over the wicket. Oh, this is pushed away to mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. I suppose it's rather tedious for the umpires as well.
Yes, I can't imagine they're enjoying themselves massively. Extra applause for Harry Kane's century. He made 108 against Gloucestershire here back in
Have they declared?
May.
Everybody's walking to the pavilion.
I think they're having drinks, Edward. I don't think they've declared leading by 48. That would be rather suicidal as far as the game is concerned.
I don't think drinks are due, but as they're 6 ahead of the over rate, there's one absolutely stretched out fielder there.
A couple of pints being brought on, I noticed there. A few shorts.
Yeah, gin and tonic, large gin and tonic.
Tim van der Hoekten's got his arms wide out, saying what's going on here.
Yes, and as we've said, Dave, a few times today, it's a pity that this has happened, really.
Andrew Hignell is about to walk through that door there to tell you something, I'm sure. There, see, look at that. I've had a premonition, and here he is. Andrew Hignell is going to say...
Nothing.
I was told I was summoned.
No, not by me. No. What's going on? I knew the record.
Michael May and...
Adrian Rollins. At Chesterfield in 1997.
Was that the game when Matthew May had chicken pox?
Oh, niche stat now. Chicken pox stat. I don't keep a record of
No.
contagious illnesses. Hang on, Jane's coming in now as well. Well, the more the merrier, really.
It's that sort of day, isn't it? Nobody's interested in the cricket.
Very
It's
much.
all
Anybody
about
wants to
it.
come into the commentary box, wherever you are, you're more than welcome.
That is +6.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
we know.
Yeah.
We're not talking nonsense because the players are lying on their backs and having a drink.
One of the reasons. The good news is my little wireless earphones that I ordered earlier this morning are on their way.
Wonderful.
Yeah, they'll be there when I get home tonight.
Good for you. No football tomorrow. No, 1 week to go.
A week to go, but I'm going to Scunthorpe tomorrow to watch Burton play. We'll have updates
Working? Update.
Yeah, we'll have updates from 2 o'clock along with Derby County against Sheffield United, I think, at Pride Park.
Now that would have been years ago, First Division.
Yeah.
Before Premier. Wouldn't it? Derby,
absolutely.
Full house, down the road from...
There'll be a few there, I think, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure how many there'll be at Scunthorpe, who are now in the National North.
Yes. Me and Botham's old club.
Indeed, Ray Clements, Kevin Keegan, all played there in their early days, but they both played there in their early days. I think Botham was slightly later.
See, Man United lost at home last night.
Did they?
In a friendly.
Oh.
Yes.
This drinks break is the
It's the longest sprint I've ever known.
longest drinks break in first-class cricket.
Can it continue?
So I'm just going to put the music in my ears to see when they may want me or may not want me back at Radio Derby. Donna Allos with the afternoon show is a very keen cricket enthusiast. Does a lot of stadium announcing, Donna.
Did he? Donna.
Donna, yeah,
she,
for the cricket. Yeah, a young lad plays for in the Warwickshire system. So She sat with us when Derbyshire beat Warwickshire in the T20 at Edgbaston when they chased down in excess of 200 because we were on strike that day and we were all sitting in the stand watching and cheering. When they got to the 200, myself and a colleague, we both stood up and punched the air and then looked round to discover that we were the only people in that part of the ground who were supporting Derbyshire. No.
You'd have been lynched.
Oh, no. We weren't there.
Who did the commentary then?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody.
Oh, there's nobody in, of course. It's
Yeah.
where are we?
Mitch Swepson, my mouth stopped working. He's going to bowl from the racecourse end after that 18-minute drinks break. 251 without loss, Derbyshire leading by 48. And Swepson will initially be bowling to Lewis Rees. Here he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Derbyshire opener who turns it into the leg side. Fielded by
That
Kieran
WW
Carlson.
decision. Very questionable. Last ball before lunch.
Yeah.
I think we all give it out here and had a look at the replay. Not that it's bat and match, I don't suppose, but you never know.
Well, these are the two. One of these two needs to. They need to get one of these two out, don't they?
Yes.
Soon.
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it now. 251 without loss. Nick Buxton's been back on email. I'll just have a quick scan of it, Nick, if you don't mind, before we read anything out. It's always safer. Next delivery from Swepson is smashed down the ground, out to long on for 4 runs by Lewis Rees, who moves to 138. Derbyshire 255 without loss. The lead is over 50 now. Is Mark Watt going to be in the side on Tuesday for the one-day cup game? I think so. I think he's back. We've missed his left arm darts, says Nick. Thompson probably doesn't play. If so, well, see if you can find 11 players without including both of them. That will be my answer to that. Swepson is in, and this one is pulled into the leg side by Lewis Rees. Not quite as hard as I thought he had pulled it into the leg side in actual fact. And he picks up a single, moves on to 139, 256 without loss. Now it's called X. I keep getting little X's at the top of my screen as notifications, which is really irritating.
Kisses?
Well, I used to like the little bird. But
I don't know what X, that's his, the man who runs Twitter.
Yes.
His new little formula now have been, I don't understand it all, I just read it and that's it.
My package is arriving today, they tell me. Here is Swepson. 2 balls to go in the over. Balls to Kane, who pushes this one out into the...
When is tea?
20 to 4.
Then an hour, and that'll be it, basically.
Yes, I'd have thought so. Now that Derbyshire are in front. Swepson bowls, and that's defended by Kane. Into the onside, up towards Gorvin. He picks up. I assume that is Gorvin. He's now wearing a long-sleeved.
A couple of years ago, we had a saver match in Cardiff, and Chris Cook and Colin Ingram batted a day and a bit against Stuart Broad and all on a similar pitch to this.
So Jane was just flagging up the Yorkshire points deduction and fine.
It's out, is it?
48 points in the Championship this season. 4 points in the T20 this season. That ended a month ago. Nothing in the one-day cup, which hasn't started yet. And I think £400,000 was the fine. So,
no comment.
No, quite. Yorkshire have been dealt with, but quite why...
It came out so late.
Well, why they've had a points deduction in the T20, but nothing in the one-day cup makes no sense at all.
That's ECB, isn't it?
The Cricket Discipline Commission, the ECB have commented on it, but...
There is Kieran Carlson to bowl, would you believe? And the first ball is pitched up to mid-off, and there's no run. This is the last over before if they want to take them, perhaps they won't bother to take the new ball. Save Derbyshire some money.
David Griffin has tweeted suggesting it's illogical.
What, to take the new ball?
No, to take to deduct them points in a competition that's already finished that they didn't qualify for. If they'd have won the competition, how would they have done that then?
You're off the bottom. Sorry.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Carlson bowls, and this is played away on the offside up towards deep extra cover. And they come back for a second.
I'll leave you for a moment, Edward.
Score moves on to 256 for no wicket. And the lead now has gone up to 55. To 58 for no wicket. From the city end comes Kieran Carlson, wide of the crease. Pushed away without a run to mid-wicket. Next ball is played up to mid-on. And there is another single. 259 for no wicket. All the Glamorgan fielders just moving around. All that very, very slow pace. Carlson bowls to Kane, defends. That is the end of yet another over, at 259 without loss. Kane is on 106, Rees is 142. And the most positive, I think, we can say is that the game will probably, most certainly end in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Everybody's talking amongst themselves. The umpires are walking slowly to position. And Glamorgan have taken, I presume, the new ball. Yes, it's waved out to the scorers. The new ball has been taken, and it'll be projected by Tim van de Houten. What this will show us, I don't know, but at least we'll see a little bit of pace instead of constant spin, because Carlson has bowled 20 overs. Swepson has bowled 30. Take our seats. Who said? Dave.
Yes, we've had them on each day. They've been playing the All-Stars and what's called? They've all been here in their blue and orange t-shirts and hats and all the rest of it.
Test alert, if you like to turn it down. It's 151 for 5. So England's bowlers doing pretty well there at the Oval. They trail by 152. Mitch Marshall last one out for 16. And here is Tim van der Gooten with a new one. And the first ball is pushed away up to extra cover.
I miss the excitement of the new ball being taken.
Yes. And the excitement of me saying in 2 hours, 20 minutes, the game will most certainly be over.
It's not a great time for a game to finish if you want to leave straight away.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
10 to 5.
I'd rather leave at 10 to 6.
Yeah, which will be close to the time. Well, I might not get away till after 6, but...
Yeah, you hit them holiday traffic today. That M42. Here's the next ball, and that's pushed away into the covers, and there's no run. Two slips. Sad to say Glamorgan have abandoned the third man. Hear the traffic in the background. It's round the wicket. The next ball is played away for a single down to fine leg.
It's already blocked up, going towards the Pentagon Island. You can see them grinding to a halt just over the boundary bar roof.
The Perhaps if they can grind up now and get cracking.
Well, yeah, people making an early dart on a Friday might just ease up a little bit.
Sometimes you get less in a holiday weekend than you get normal time. No schools. And people have gone on their hols early in the morning. Anyway, we'll wait and see. Over the wicket comes Van der Gooten now and beats Kane outside the off stump with one that moved off the seam, one would imagine, the new ball. It's probably the first ball that's beaten the bat since yesterday, 4:30.
They bowled quite nicely with the new ball last night without any success.
Yes.
And I think if they'd have got 2 or 3 wickets then,
It would have been a different
game
game, wouldn't
altogether.
it?
A different game altogether. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And he comes again, Van der Gooten, down the leg side this time, and it's going to be a single down to fine leg. All match reports are being written, I think, furiously in the press box. Just top and tail it at 10 to 5, and that'll be it.
If only people wrote match reports anymore.
Not today for big 500-word match reports when you haven't a wicket fallen. Well, you can fill in with records, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be largely what it'll be, I imagine.
Next ball is left outside the off stump, and that concludes another over. These two teams meet again a week Sunday up here.
Yes.
And in the the Metro Bank One Day Cup, to give it its full name. Glamorgan will have a pretty strong side. They've only got Chris Cook absent. And Dan Douthwaite, who not fully fit. He hasn't played for about 6 or 7 weeks. And Derbyshire will be missing 4 or 5 players, won't they?
Manson, Deploy, Chapel and Scrimshaw.
Now, you get a pitch like this for that. Nobody's going to moan because you've got a definite result coming.
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
that's,
That could be, well, it ought to be 300 plays 300, doesn't it?
Yes. So that will be better, fair for everybody. I shan't be here myself, but and Iron Donald is coming up with Nick.
I believe so, yeah.
And he summarises well, too.
Well,
He played for both counties this season.
Played for Derbyshire this season, yeah, in the T20. Good to see him. I had a brief chat with him at Old Trafford. I was telling Nick when Derbyshire had a warm-up game there, I just introduced myself and said I was still in therapy after the Colwyn Bay innings that he produced all those years ago, 2016.
Yes.
And he said I could do with a few of those runs now.
Sadly, he's out to the Hampshire side nearly all season.
Jamie McElroy from the City end with the new ball, bowls to Harry Kane, who turns this one into the leg side. And there's no run. I did see he was 12th. He was certainly on the bench at finals day with Hampshire.
I think they all were.
Oh, were they all there?
Yeah, they're all there always.
I saw him running on when they did they win it? No, Somerset won it, didn't they?
Somerset.
Must have been when they.
Hampshire were knocked out in the first game.
Oh, were they? I didn't take a lot of notice, I've got to say.
Well, the only reason I watched it is because it poured down with the rain. I was absolutely amazed that there was any cricket going on.
We got some cricket up in the northwest, but as this next delivery's turned nicely by Kane down to fine leg for a single, moves on to 108 and equals his highest score in first-class cricket against Gloucestershire earlier this year. 262 without loss. Yeah, we had a little bit of cricket. I watched part of the first game in the clubhouse, waiting for the umpires to call it off, and then went home.
Sadly, the forecast isn't great for this weekend again.
No, it seems to be.
The jet stream, whatever that is,
it's not
is
working,
not in the right place.
It's not working. It's broken down. Some blue sky up above, sun
It's
shining.
beautiful. I've just been outside now.
That's beaten Lewis Rees. Ball goes through to Cook. David Lloyd stands with his arms in the air wide apart.
I can remember years ago coming up here, it was torrential, and we came up, and as we arrived at the ground, we left early in the morning. The players were just walking from the field, and that was the end of it for 4 days. Had we wanted to go back the following 2 days, we couldn't, because Tewkesbury, remember, it was flooded, and sadly some people died.
Yeah,
You couldn't get through the M5 at all,
yeah.
and it was very, very wet.
McElroy bowls, Rees on the back foot, defends up to Carlson at mid-on. Of course, you came up for a one-day cup match 2 years ago, was it? Or was it last year? I can't remember.
When poor old Nick was in the COVID.
Yeah, and we just sat in the room
Sat here
next door
yapping.
and talked for several hours before they eventually abandoned play. McIlroy. 2 balls left of just his 8th over of the innings. Bowls to Rees, who goes on the back foot and forces it up to Carlson at mid-on.
Reese playing the one days?
Yeah.
Will he open?
I imagine so, yeah. Yeah. Both of these will play.
Okay, will he?
Yeah. Played T20.
Oh.
Opened as a T20 batsman.
So he can put bat to ball.
Yeah, he can get on with it if he wants. The big innings for youngsters, though, aren't they?
Championship.
Innings like this, they're
Absolutely.
just once your average gets to a decent number, you're all right. This one is defended by Rees back towards McIlroy. He doesn't field it. Why would he? See, his average at the moment is 20. Well, it's 30 effectively. Harry Kane, Lewis Rees averaging 33. And they'll want that just to keep moving upwards. Rees is playing in his 96th first-class match, so it won't move as much. But when you're only in your 20th game, big scores like this can really boost your average. And especially if you're not out at the end of the day.
Well, the time he's been in there, he should be not out because there's nothing. We saw one pass the bat, and that's the only one I think all day.
You do need to make hay while it's like this,
Yeah,
though, don't you, as a
exactly.
batsman?
Wonder how these would face fair on seaming pitches, and not only these two, but others, and pitches that turn, give you a bit of spin.
Oh, against better bowlers.
Yeah. Van der Gooten bowls, although Van der Gooten is up there with the top wicket takers in Division 2. Was in the Netherlands side, so he's one of the better ones. But as you say, they're not great tests for opening batsmen in the second division attacks.
Van der Hoogten is 253 first-class wickets at 27.5.
This by far is the best.
Not bad. McIlroy, only in his 9th game, but 14 first-class wickets at 43.
Learning his trade. Van der Gooten bowls. Came. He nearly got to that. Somebody said catch, but it's a good take down the leg side. And but this hasn't prompted Glamorgan to sign a quick bowler for the last 3 games. I never know what will. Because when Swepson's, Swepson has not much luck in this game on this sort of pitch. No bowler has. But he goes back, and you can see yourself from this attack day that it should be first on the list. Here's the next ball, which is defended into the cover region. There's no run. Hopefully we'll get an announcement from the club sometime in the next few days.
The Byram announcement's a good one, isn't it?
Yes. Even though he's
retaining
been
him.
dogged by injury last year and this, he's a good player, Eddie Byram. And we've seen how young batsman Hussain, you've seen himself, has adapted very well to the opening berth. So that'll help. This is blocked again. And with David Lloyd going there, he'll slot in there. So that'll save looking for an opening batsman. But bowler, badly need a bowler.
Yes, it's everybody's after some decent quicks, aren't they?
We'll see, I suppose, this next month's competition, the franchise competition, all the supposed stars are coming. You might sort of ask a couple of those if they're interested, pick up some easy money.
Staying.
Next ball is turned off his stumps for a single. I think he's pinched the bowling there. Van der Gooten. No. One ball left of the over. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. 2 slips. And the wicketkeeper walking down the pitch and they had to turn around again. Miscounting. 263 without loss. 143 for Rees. Came as 109. Last ball of the over. It's driven up to mid-off. There won't be a run. So there we are, 263 without loss. And, not much threat with the new ball as yet, as perhaps you would have thought.
Just under an hour away from tea, and then another 40 minutes after that. After the interval, or 50 minutes after the tea interval, we will...
Tell me, would it be better for me to hang about till 5:45 or just push off? I'll be an hour in front of what time I was going to leave. Might as well.
I think you might as well. If you have nothing to detain you here, Edward, as much as it's a delight to have you here, I'd just go, personally.
Okay, I know, no, I'm not wanted. I know what you mean.
Getting out might be tricky, that's the only thing. And I'm not because of the amount of traffic that's in here, it's just that the queue so far, you've sort of got to, you're on the praying that somebody will let you out. Somebody will eventually let you out. McElroy from the
well, that's not a problem.
City Inn.
Because I got by the hotel and very kind people stop and say...
Yes, well, if you can get out of there, you'll be all right.
Yeah, on the A52 and then M1.
Oh, you go out that way, do you?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's it. I'm on the M42 then.
Should be all right tonight, I would have thought. Because by the time you got to the M1, it would be 5:30, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So it'll start to ease off by then, I would have thought. 263 without loss here. McElroy bowls. It reaches for that one rather does Harry Kane. Pushes it out towards the extra cover boundary. They've run 2. They might come back for 3 here if it doesn't reach the boundary rope. Carlson gets there and puts a dive in. And the ball is hurled back in. And they pick up 3 runs. And that clearly is Rodri Lewis because the throw came in from the boundary with the left arm. So... it's Lewis who's out there with the number 11 on his back and the long sleeve, and there he is over to our left with his normal number 11, Andy Gorvin. It was at mid-wicket. 3 more to Kane, who moves to 112, career high.
Yeah, he's on for, I don't know who, I suppose Glamorgan's field is taking in turn to go and have 10 minutes
yes,
in the dressing room.
I'm not entirely sure. Is Billy Root out there at the moment? I'm not sure that he is. Next delivery from McElroy. I can't see anybody in fielding pads, but then again, he might have taken them off anyway. Turning to the leg side, that delivery by Lewis Rees. And there's no room. We have had Chris Harris on as well. He isn't out there at the moment, but he at least does have his own top.
Who's that?
Chris Harris. James Harris, rather. Chris Harris. Chris Harris is a speedway.
Yes. It's that sort of day.
McElroy bowls pushed out into the offside by somebody I believe to be known as Lewis Rees, and that is to Gorvin.
I think you were there when I made the point lunchtime. I'm not sure if you were there. And everybody agreed with me that in this sort of position, even say at 3:30 or tea, umpire said, "Do you want to carry on?" Well, neither side wants to carry on, would they? And that would be that.
Lewis Rees's numbers. Well, seriously, I think that's about Harry Kane is on a career high already.
Yeah.
But Lewis Rees, his career best, 184 against Sussex. As McElroy bowls and Rees drives. Oh, and it goes through Hassan. That was a sloppy piece of fielding. And they get another single, and then he pushes it further towards the boundary, and they do get back for 2. And that's well, that sort of sums up the afternoon, really.
Yes.
The ball went through him initially. He chased after it and got there. They weren't going to run a second. Then he pushed it further towards the boundary. And it'd be, well, he's got his head down. He's a little embarrassed by that. Rees moves to 145, 268 without loss. Derbyshire's lead is 65. They have to have the agreement of both sides, of course, because if Derbyshire suddenly packed in, leaving 120, they might have a go at it as Rees drives, and it's nice.
Besides, only one side going to win that.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Final ball of the over, pushed up to mid-off, 268 without loss. Harry Kane has 112. Lewis Rees has 145. It's already a record opening stand for Derbyshire against Glamorgan. 3-3-3, a partnership in which Lewis Rees took part against Northamptonshire in 2017, I think it was. Here is the all-time record for the opening stand. And I can't for the life of me remember. I had to look up the match, actually, to see if there was any...
Chris Cook is having a word with Harry Kane. What do you think that was all about?
We'll let you get 250, then can we all stop?
Right, Tim van der Gooten is going to bowl. Swepson is taking his time to come from somewhere. He was the one that probably went off, actually.
That would make sense.
And he's jogging over to mid-on with a very big sun hat on. Probably an Australian one where they got all that sun. Van der Gooten bowls to Kame. Kame is forward. No deviation at all from this pitch.
Nothing.
None whatsoever.
Absolutely nothing.
It begs the question, would the likes of Anderson and Broad, seriously, on this pitch get... Because I think you're on the air to the studio, and I was saying that Chris Cook and Colin Ingram batted a day and a bit out against Notts a couple of years ago, and Stuart Broad was bowling. Got nothing out of it.
Mm.
So it does make you think, well, will they have done anything? As Van der Gooten comes in and bowls... this is driven up to mid-on. Swepson fields, gives the ball a shine on his flannels.
I'm afraid there was some declaration bowling in that innings of that stand of 333.
Oh, right.
Adam Rossington bowled 3 overs. He's a wicket keeper. 10 bowlers were used by Northamptonshire in that game, or in that innings rather.
Let's have a look at who has bowled in first-class cricket then, shall we? In the Glamorgan side, as Van der Gooten runs away from us from this end, and Nick ducks into him, but he clips it away for a single. Right, Al Hussain, yeah, we know he's bowled in this game. David Lloyd certainly bowls. Colin Ingram has bowled. Sam Northeast has bowled some strange off-spin. In this sort of cause, Carlson, we've seen Billy Root, yes, with his off-breaks, was once banned for a season. Suspect action. Chris Cook has bowled, Andy Gorvin, Van der Gooten. Yeah, all these, this Glamorgan side, they've all turned their arm, which I suspect they might do after tea.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Van der Gooten round the wicket. Bowls and ball does nothing at all and just plucks onto the bat.
Just looking at that Northamptonshire run chase, they reached 330 off 64 overs and 5 balls. It was that Northamptonshire side that had Duckett, Newton, Wakely, Keogh, Rossington, Levy, Kleinfeld. I mean, there were some huge individuals,
hitters, yeah.
weren't there? And they hit the ball an awful long way. 99 from Richard Levy. Rob Newton made 98.
Van der Gooten bowls. And there's no run. Yes, and you'll be making the short journey to Northampton next season by the looks of it.
Yes, looks like it. Looks like it.
What, how long would that be? 45 minutes?
From here, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Because you're in the East Midlands here, of course. And Leicester and Northampton, East Midlands. You stay in Leicester?
I do, yeah, only because I live up in
Yes, of course.
north of Manchester.
This is clipped off his toes, up towards mid-wicket. For a single, and that is the end of the over at 269 without loss. Test alert coming up. 166 for 5.
Oh.
So Australia trail by 127. Carey has yet to score, but he had a good welcome. And Smith is not out 28. And we're watching Jimmy Anderson bowl. I haven't got the bowling figures. He bowled that ball at 82 miles per hour. And he has taken, what has he taken? 1 for 19 of 12 overs or something. So that's slow going. Yeah.
It's for the oval, isn't it?
Yeah.
270 without loss here, Derbyshire leading by 67. Rees has 146. Harry Kame has 113. And Lewis Rees will be on strike. 2 slips. And here comes Jamie McElroy. 10th over of the innings for him. Bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it back towards the bowler. And there is no run. Worcestershire are batting in their second innings at Cheltenham College. They're 43 for 1. leading Gloucestershire by 148. So moving into a position, towards a position that they might be able to set Gloucestershire a target tomorrow after Gloucestershire were bowled out for 301. McIlroy in and bowls to Rees, who cuts into the ground and out towards the cover boundary. It's been chased down by Zain Ul Hassan, who gets to the ball just about a yard or so in from the rope away to our left-hand side. They go through for 2 more. Rees moves to 148, 272 without loss.
David Lloyd at slips, thinking to himself, I could fill my boots here next year.
Absolutely. It might take some of his creative captaincy to force victories, though.
Yes.
If indeed he is the captain, which we all suspect he may be. McIlroy bowls to Rees, who pushes this up to mid-off Carlson. I think. No. Ingram does the fielding.
Kick Chris Cook's hand on legs. Look at him. Yeah, he must be pretty tired. Up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yes, it's not easy, is it? It's not easy. As any good wicketkeeper will tell you.
Here
Here
he comes.
Indeed. Nick Webb. Here is McIlroy in and bowls. Oh, it's edged, but wide of second slip. Sam Northeast down to quite a wide third man. Billy Roots down there.
I woke us all up. So that's woke us up then.
Yeah, well, it definitely came off an edge.
Scene.
Definitely
Yes.
came off an edge. Rees moves to 149. 273 without loss, lead 70. Irrelevant, but factual.
Game of landmarks.
We had one of those last year when we had 3 double centuries in the game here. That was exciting. Not as McIlroy bowls to Kame, turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run.
Showing infinite patience, isn't he? As Kane, 255 balls, just 7 balls less than Rees, who's at 149.
Dom sent me a message during the that 25-minute drinks break. So there might be a danger of a cricket match breaking out at some point. At least we know the players are hydrated. This one is defended by Harry Kame. It did seem to go on a while. He's defended that one back to the bowler. And Harry Kame calls for another drink, so he isn't sufficiently hydrated.
40 minutes to tea.
I think that's a little unfair, Paul, who's suggesting the comments on the stream come across as you're all thinking Championship cricket is a big yawn. I think it's a tremendous example of a fight back from adversity by Derby. Well, it isn't by Derby because it's Derbyshire. But I know what you mean. They are not Derby.
The reason we think it's a yawn, gentlemen, or gentleman, is because there's no positive outcome going to be to this game. There's no excitement for the spectators. Derby said we had to win a game this year. Glamorgan have won one. And what we were looking forward to was a game like we had last year. And we all know that this game is going to end at 10-5. Everybody, perhaps apart from the odd spectator, will be thoroughly glad of that. And that'll be the end of the game because we want entertainment in county cricket. And I think that's the answer to your question. I don't know if you'd agree with that. Yes, sir.
If you keep justifying our existence, Edward, I'll go and do an update for Radio Derby and step away.
Because we get enough people, and we'll carry on this conversation when Nick sits alongside me. We get enough people criticising county cricket, and if they're sort of, and I'm not criticising, of course Derby had a fight back, and they've done it admirably. But on the other hand, what we are saying is such a shame that it's turned out like this, and really hardly, a couple of hundred or so spectators here, and that is not going to bring any money or introduce any players. And if they come here, we just heard Dave say there was a game here last year where they were 3 double hundreds. Well, who can possibly enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, too many draws this season all round. I
it
don't
is.
think we can blame the weather particularly.
Can't blame the players. It's the pitches that are, you You can blame the odd captain, I suppose, for not particularly interested in a chat and a chase and, you know, have a deal going, especially after rain. Well, that's up to them.
It's strange, isn't it? We're all speculating about the need for a deal and a contrived run chase middle of the way through yesterday, but then we had that spectacular Derbyshire collapse that saw them lose their last 7 wickets for 44.
And that did spoil things, because obviously Derbyshire would have set a target, and Glamorgan rather, and then we would have had a good finish, because you can't down a chase. And just to show how soporific this pitch is, there's been how many overs bowled? 6 overs with a new ball, and the spinners are back on.
Here is Kieran Carlson then to resume, and his first ball is hit away through the offside, and that'll be 150 for Lewis Rees. There's the applause for the landmark. It's taken 263 deliveries, and it's part of Derbyshire reaching 275 without loss, as he celebrates with his batting partner, Harry Kane, and a good round of applause as well. 275 for naught as Carlson bowls, and off the back foot. That one is played away by Rees, and there is no run. So landmarks keep on ticking up. Carlson in, and off the back foot, Rees defends it back to him, and there's no... Oh, Carlson's missed it, but there's still no run as the ball dribbles up to Swepson at mid-off, who's possibly glad this is his last day with Glamorgan, as Rees is forward defending, and there's no...
Imagine when he gets back. What were your pitches like this, Swappo? Pitches you played on in your 4 games.
Rubbish, mate.
Rubbish, mate. Yeah, Cardiff, Shelton College and Derby. No.
He'd be glad to get back to Brizzy. Carlson bowls, well pitched up, driven into the offside by Rees. Well fielded at cover by Gorvin. Rees's highest score, 184. Kane already has his highest score. And Rees must have hopes of getting there, either before or after tea, as he gets a full toss that's punched through the leg side, beats the dive of the infield. Colin Ingram chases it. He's tapped it back just inside the ropes. And they have run 3. It was a long chase for Colin Ingram, who dived, got a touch on the ball, slowed it up. 16 fours and the 150 for Lewis Rees. And 3 more taken off that final ball to move on to 154 not out and retain the strike. Are we going to see spin from both ends? No, it's Gorvin with his medium pace.
Just said, Nick, and I think you probably endorse, if Glamorgan haven't seen now the urgent need for a bowler for the last 4 games in September, because they'll still be in the mix. And they look at this score, 278 without loss, then, and even allowing for this dead pitch.
Well, they've got an international bowler there in Swepson at the moment.
Well, he's away, isn't he? He's gone.
He's away, so will they go for a seamer or a spinner? Last September it was a spinner in Ajaz Patel.
I think, as you, and I would endorse you and say, let's have a seamer. You know, don't have a Nisa or a Waka Yunus would have been ideal on this, and I'm convinced they'd have knocked a few early wickets over. And that's, you want a strike bowler to try and get wickets up top, because, you know, it just doesn't happen these days for Glamorgan. I don't think I've known Glamorgan concede so many runs in first innings in both competitions as they have. There is an urgent need for some bowlers. Next ball is driven out to mid-wicket. Swepson feels there's no run.
Oil Oracle says, please give Ul Hassan a go with the new ball. He's only bowled 2 overs, I think, on 17, but I'm surprised he hasn't been called on. He was just doing a few stretches in the outfield.
Yeah.
Whether he's carrying some sort of niggle, I'm not
Yes.
sure. Graham Smith pointing out that 2/3 of the games in Division 1 have ended in positive results. 2/3 of Division 2 are draws.
In comes the next delivery. It's short and cut away.
And it's difficult, really, to work out why, other than maybe just that the class of bowling attack in the first division is, you know, maybe there's more difference in the quality of bowling attack between the two divisions than the quality of batters.
Yeah.
The first thing that comes to mind, anyway.
Here comes the next ball, and that's driven past or just about stopped by mid-on, who dives. And there was one bowler that you can't say shone, but he was adequate and would have just fit. Was Hatziglu?
Hatzoglu, yeah, and
Yeah, he was the only one. The others as well were just cannon fodder most of the time.
and the T20.
T20 going past 100, 203 times.
McIlroy was picked up a few wickets as well, making a bit of progress
Yeah, well,
in
he
his
is
career.
a fierce team by the others. My goodness. Then comes Gorvin, bowls the right-hander came, who leaves. And if you and I were batting, Nick, and we were 130 not out, we wouldn't be leaving. We'd be so overjoyed to get to a score like this. It'd be crashing away. It just shows the professionalism of Harry Kane. And he's a young batter.
There is 76 lead. I mean, they got 10 wickets in hand. It's not going to happen, but I suppose they want to improve their stats, boost the average by 5 or 10 runs.
Gorvin bowls, driven up to mid-off.
I was just thinking,
End of the over.
Can't recall in my spell full-time with Glamorgan in the last 9 years, having seen Glamorgan wicketless in a whole genuine day's play. I don't know if anything springs to mind from recent decades for you, Edward.
Well, I must have been up at Chesterfield in '97 when Michael May and Adrian Rollins put on 200 and whatever it was. I vaguely remember that, but as you say, not very often.
There's not much sign of a wicket. Been no chances that have gone to hand, I don't think, in this innings.
You know, is there anybody in the second 11 would say would do any better? I suppose the answer is no. We've seen most of them bowling.
As Carlson comes round the wickets to bowl to Rees, who defends. Yeah, I see Glamorgan have launched another of those trial days for young unsigned fast bowlers, finding lightning in Newport and I think Carmarthen. As down the wicket comes Rees and hits that one over long on, and that one has gone for 4. Nice to see some adventure from Lewis Rees as he moves on to 159.
I go back many, many years when, I forget, it might have been Ted Dexter was go around the country looking for a fast bowler, and they did find one in Devon Malcolm of this parish. He came along.
As back on his stumps goes Rees.
Are they just looking for the quick bowler? Glamorgan, or what's this?
They did one last year. It's basically to find people who are outside the club or the age group system.
Well, just go around looking in the leagues.
As Carlson bowls and Rees plays it away on the offside, takes a single, 284 without loss. I think it's to catch teenagers basically who might not be playing top level club cricket but have the potential to develop into pace bowlers. And there's a few of them have achieved.
Do they know where it's going? That's the thing. It's all right to bowl quick.
Carlson bowls, Kane defends on the leg side. So there's a couple of trial days. It's worth.
Where's that in Cardiff?
One in Newport, one in I think it's Carmarthen to cover the west. So look out for details on the Glamorgan website of that, if you're interested. If you know anyone who is worth trying. Came, deflects one away towards third man and picks up a single. So I think the players involved have been sort of Wales under 13s, under 16s, under 18s, that sort of age group. Mostly. Oil Oracle says, do you think we ought to give Ben Morris a go in the next match? He's pretty fast for the seconds. I haven't seen Ben Morris bowl, to be honest, so I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate answer on that.
He was in the squad, Nick,
he has been this game? On the fringe. Yeah, he has been on the fringes. Neil Thornycroft, I think this must be a discussion you were having earlier. The first football game he attended was Newport County against Scunthorpe, including Kevin Keegan. He says, we were 2-0 up with 10 minutes left and I was cold, so I went home. We lost 3-2 and I've never left a game early since. Good on you, Neil.
Yeah, it came back. Dave is going to watch Scunthorpe playing the Brewers, Burton Albion on Saturday as Gorvin starts a new over from the far end. And that's taken by Cook down the leg side. And I said, that's where Ian Botham played for Scunthorpe United. That's right. He said he went to say Ray Clements, Kevin Keegan, and a few of them. Hence Neil Thornycroft's remark there. That shows we were not really concentrating on what's going on here and diverting our attention. Nearly 25 minutes to tea. Gorvin comes in, bowls down the leg side, helped on his way, but straight to mid-wicket.
Ben Green, the Somerset all-rounder, is the replacement in the Welsh Fire squad for Ollie Pope, who, of course, wrecked his shoulder in the Test match series. Surprised it's taken that long to announce a replacement, really. And Somerset fans not necessarily happy about that, because he won't be featuring much in the one-day cup for them, if at all.
They've got loads of players.
Somerset, yeah. They've probably lost loads of players, though.
There's an appeal there. Cook didn't appeal, but it slipped. A man in the gully went up for something. Gorvin was nonplussed. He didn't know whether to appeal or not. But anyhow, the answer came in the negative as he tried to flick it down the leg side.
And one change in the women's squad. Chloe Skelton of Western Storm and Gloucestershire is in for Georgia Davis. That's a like-for-like off-spinner replacement.
Gorvin, his knees pumping up again, comes racing in, bowled. And didn't know much about that. Came across, he got a thick inside edge up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Time for Test match update. Cover your ears if you don't want to know. Australia 172 for 6. Carey has gone caught. Stokes bowled Root for 10. Steve Smith is still there, 34 not out. Australia 172 for 6. Still 111 runs behind.
Now 173 for 6. Marnus Labuschagne 9 of 78 balls. Gorvin bowls. You get the impression you'd never get these two out if you played until next week.
Yeah, there've been there's been absolutely nothing that's gone to hand even.
Nothing's gone off the pitch. Nothing's swung in the air.
Appeals for leg before.
One very close.
Was there?
Everybody said around us here that it out, but there we are. The umpire said no last ball before lunch. I don't know if you saw it. LBW shout from Swepson against Rees. Gorvin in past the umpire. Bowls pushed away on the offside. There's no run. .285 for no wicket. 160 to Rees. 114 to Kane. Oh, goodness. Gorvin's crocked.
Hello.
Another one out.
Hang on, don't be too...
Is that the end of the over?
Yes, it's the end of the over.
Oh, sorry. Well, he just walked away. Nobody else moved, Nick. Did you notice?
Gorvin has bowled 15 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 23. He actually opened the bowling.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a wasting time here. I don't know quite what's going on. Perhaps you can describe it. Yeah.
Well, with the over 8 plus 6, Glamorgan don't necessarily want to bowl more overs than they have to. So there's a long consultation.
Rest. But what happened then? Govin bowled, took his cap and walked away. Nobody behind the stumps here moved. So I honestly thought that, oh no, he'd done something and there was somebody else come around to bowl. Carlson, Lloyd and Cook covered it, and Sam Northeast have had a long discussion about nothing, probably. Just a waste of a bit of time. Who can blame them?
Yes, a cunning plan will be put into operation now, maybe, or maybe not. Derbyshire 285 without loss. And, well, we have to give absolute full credit to this Derbyshire partnership for digging themselves out of a hole. 200 runs behind on first innings, and they've never looked like throwing it away. Carlson then from the racecourse end to Rees. Up in the block hole, defended back
really,
the bowler.
They had to, because the performance of the rest of the Derbyshire's batsmen, apart from perhaps the captain deploy, showed that there wasn't much application showed by them.
No, no one else apart from deploy past 20.
No.
Forward comes Rees, defending to cover, and there is no run. I predict a good deal of silliness after tea. I think...
silliness about 4:30.
We'll probably see Chris Cook bowling.
That'd be good.
Northeasts maybe, Root. Who knows?
Root.
There's Carlson bowls, and that's defended by Rees.
Root around. You see, Lewis has been on the field for some time.
All right.
Where are you, Billy?
It's probably his turn to have a rest. In comes Carlson, floats it up, driven back to him. No run. 285 without loss. Rees 160. Came 114. A career best for Came. Rees's CB 25 runs away. Forward he comes, defending on the offside. Applause from David Lloyd. Had slipped the Glamorgan captain, desperately doing his best to enthuse everyone, but they really are going through the motions at the moment, and we'll have to continue to do so for the 20 minutes until tea, and 50 minutes thereafter. There's a swing and a miss from Rees. The first time the ball has beaten the bat since
yesterday,
quite possibly. Carlson 23 overs, 0 for 85. Swepson 30 overs, 0 for 95. I think Ul Hassan must have some sort of niggle. He's on the field,
absolutely.
but surely he'd have bowled by now.
And he's fielding a deep extra cover, which puts him out of the firing line. What do you think the batsmen in mid-pitch are talking about?
How much time off they're going to get after this match? Possibly. Derbyshire play Lincolnshire on Sunday, away at Lindham. And Glamorgan play Herefordshire at Eastnor.
Matthew Maynard in the dressing room after this. Right, lads, how many of you are available for Sunday? Hands up. Oh, I've got a slight niggle, coach. Yeah. And you? Oh, my finger's bruised.
Yes. I suspect precisely none of this 11 will play.
Do you think so? Yeah.
No, not unless anyone particularly fancies a knock. It's a shame, really, because as well, it's
People
built
will
as
look forward up
the
in that
National
area.
Counties Showcase. It's meant to be preparation for the one-day cup for the first-class sides.
I don't think any of this side need preparation with the ball. As Govin comes in and bowls, and this is pushed away onto the onside to mid-on. Let's have a look. Possibly Govin will play. You never know. People like North East will have to get back to Kent, don't he? His family has been away since before the Cheltenham match. If he's got a little injury, they'll want Ul Hassan to miss the game. Lloyd might have a knock. You never know. I suppose Byron will play. Next ball is edge down to a vacant third man for 4.
Yeah, genuine edge, wide of slip. Might just have carried to a third or fourth slip, but there are only 2. So perfectly safe for Harry Kame, who was
289.
just hurried a little by that one from Govin. 289 without loss. And we approach, potential Derbyshire first innings
3-3.
first wicket record. 3-3-3 involving Rees in 2017, partnered on that occasion by Billy Godleman on this ground against Northants. So that is possibly the major talking point remaining.
Govin bowls, and it's taken by Cook.
Another record to fit into my report.
Nothing but reports.
Which will need, for the BBC Sport website, which will need a little re-nosing, as they say, if it is a first wicket record for the county.
Root has got a wicket in the Test match. Here's Govin again, then to the right-handed Kane, bowls to him, and Kane drives, gets a thick inside edge out to mid-wicket. It's a good diving stop there. You know, it's an absolutely beautiful day, beautiful last day of a championship match, which is basically wasted.
I don't think Rees and Kane will agree. They've
They'll
knocked up the runs.
fill their boots rather.
Absolutely. So the One Day Cup begins on Tuesday when Derbyshire are away to Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Glamorgan's first game isn't until Friday when they're away to Worcester.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed away onto the offside, and that completes the over. 218 without loss, 118 to Kame, and Rees is 160 not out.
And these two counties are back here a week Sunday,
Yeah.
when Anira Donald will be joining Dave Fletcher and myself, and we'll be steering you through the 100 overs on that day that one would hope would bring a modicum more excitement than the 90-odd overs that will be delivered today. So just over a quarter of an hour till tea, the game meandering along
It's another
gently.
chat time.
It's another chat time. Everyone's having a chat. Swepson to Kieran Carlson. Swings his left arm. Well, that would be a bit of a move, wouldn't it, to try and bowl right hand, left arm in the same...
Why should a batsman change his stance in mid-innings and the bowler can't change his action as he delivers the ball?
You have to tell the umpire, and indeed the other batter. The batter, as Rees defends the first ball out into the offside.
You're right now. It's about, the bowlers say it's a batsman's game.
Yes. Confusion reigns when the batter tries a switch hit. That's flat batted away by Rees through the offside, but Ul Hassan will come into the game for the first time for a long time and just lobs it to the nearest fielder fairly gently. He's out there, but he doesn't appear to be...
You wouldn't put him out there if his arm was gone, would you?
No.
Might be a twinge.
Can they shake hands early, says Steve West. 10 to 5, we believe.
Most certainly they can.
The Derbyshire declaration. As Carlson bowls slightly quicker, played into the offside and misfielded by North East, and therefore Kame gets another single. 119 to him, 291 without loss.
Can you imagine? Okay, all the declarations come, not a word said between the two sides. They go to the pavilion, and out come the Glamorgan openers.
And have a bash for an hour. No, it's not going to happen. Carlson, trousers flapping in the breeze round the wicket, bowls to Rees, who turns him through square leg for at least a single. As McIlroy comes in rapidly off
What's that all about then? Some applause.
fence. Applause for the 292 coming up. As well as, by the way, Glamorgan travelling to Herefordshire at East Snore. The Wales national county side host Warwickshire at Sudbrook in the south east Wales. Should you fancy going along there on Sunday? Carlson over the wicket and played into the offside by Kame, and there is no run.
I should be going on tomorrow to Ammanford Park. Beautiful ground. Where grandson number 1 is playing for Clydachfords.
Very good. Carlson bowls and turned away on the leg side by Kame. No run. Not taking your kit in case they're short.
No, certainly not. I haven't got any kit. One of the last games I ever played was with you, Nick.
St Fagans.
Against the clergy, isn't it? What were they? Winfried Digby.
Arranged by Christians in Sport. That's
Christians in Sport.
Yes, Ashley Crowther, the BBC journalist for about a quarter of a century, and now he's gone to work for the church in Wales.
That's right. It included Mark Frost.
Indeed.
On our side. And that, as I mentioned, Andrew Winfield Digby, who played.
First class cricket.
He did. He played for Oxford when they were first class. And Oxfordshire. And he was quite quick. And on the field, he used to, dare I say it, not use Christian language.
Good heavens.
Oh.
I'm shocked.
A bit worse than good heavens, I can tell you that. Where are
Flippin'
we?
heck.
Here we are then. There's Goving comes in, bowls, and this is angled by Rees into the gully, where it is fielded. Chris Cook and David Lloyd throw 3 catches each of each other.
I'm somewhat disheartened by lack of ice cream on this ground. I'll tell Dave Griffin to fix it. No ice cream on the ground. Disappointing.
It is very disappointing. And here come MP Maynard and D. Harrison around the boundaries, looking very dejected. As in comes the next ball and driven up to mid-off.
Yeah, looking at the Division 2 table, and only Durham have fewer than 50% draws.
Yeah.
In fact, Durham are 50% now with that washout at Scarborough. No,
You heard
no,
the
sorry.
You've probably seen the points deduction, Nick, have you?
Yes. It takes Yorkshire.
Why not in the one day?
Bizarre, isn't it?
It is. It's Goving. Ball short, pulled away. Hussain is fielding it, feels it well, and nothing wrong with that arm as the return comes on the full to Chris Cook.
So Yorkshire go bottom on 50 points. Derbyshire 73 plus the 9 from this game will be 82. Derbyshire will be temporarily ahead of Gloucestershire, but that's likely to change tomorrow. So Durham have had 6 positive results, won 5, lost 1 and 5 draws. They're the only side with fewer than 50% draws. Worcestershire are 50% drawn. 1, 3, lost 2, drawn 5. Glamorgan, the draw kings, they're 10th out of 11.
Next ball is blocked up to short mid-wicket. 9.5 minutes to tea.
Indeed. 20 minutes off to contemplate the meaning of life, and well played to Derbyshire for their efforts today to salvage
Save the game.
5 draw points to go with their 4 bonus points from the match. And as you say, save the game, their 7th draw in 10.
Next ball is pulled, but overcomes the wrist to make sure it doesn't go too far up in the air, and they go through for a single. 294 for no wicket.
So will Kame get a career best? 184 is his best so far. He's on 163. Reese, rather. Reese on 163. Kame already has a career best. And will Derbyshire set a new first wicket record in their history? 333 is the figure there. Those are probably the 2 points of interest out of the remaining play here today.
Govin, medium pace. In again, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. That completes another over. 294 without loss. And shall I take it up to tea then? Shall I take it to tea? Yeah, okay. 7 minutes, yeah. Dave
Fletcher is pretending he's about to be on the radio shortly.
Yeah.
So we
Another chat.
amble and meander towards the tea interval.
Somebody decides he's got cramp now. Glamorgan player. And he's attended to by somebody, Chris Cook.
Carlson,
Nobody's taking any interest in
just
this
having
game.
a stretch. The umpires are wandering round for a chat. There's various chatting going on. Ul Hassan has
Gone to sleep.
I like the look of that. He's actually doing some stretches. I thought he was just lying down in the outfield.
Somebody is that.
There's a little bit of gentle stretching going on to make sure that no one pulls a muscle. There's a 12th man appearing with nothing in particular. Perhaps he just wants to join in the chat as well, and they're just killing time, really. Oh, there's what is going on?
I don't know.
Is that 12th man actually bringing anything out
Tablet?
for Kieran Carl? Is that Carlson down on the ground?
Lots of talking. The umpires having a chat with the players. It's all that sort of day.
Maybe just a touch of cramp. It can't be anything too serious because it's the 12th.
Can you imagine now if
12th
the
man out.
Derbyshire openers want to create a huge record and say at 10 to 5, we're carrying on.
Carlson is okay. He's going to carry on bowling. Maybe just a stud loose or something. And he will go into his 25th over of the day. Bowling from this racecourse end on a very pleasant afternoon weather-wise.
Now Lewis Rees is having a chat with Andy Govin in pleasantries. It's all
Extraordinary.
It is extraordinary.
5 minutes to go till tea. Carlson bowls, and that's worked away by Kame on the leg side. Single taken. 121 to Kame. 295 without loss. Will we get to 300 by tea? 333. That first innings, first wickets record that's not too far away now.
There's not enough runs by Derbyshire to declare, because Derbyshire's bowling was so poor in the first innings that their coach might want them to have another bowl.
Cut away by Rees down to backward points.
But the way they bowl in the first innings, I think 92 ahead, it'd only take 10 overs of that. And then the game will be over. So they've got to bat on.
Division 1, Nottinghamshire beat Kent by 321 runs. Kent 85 all out in their second innings.
Maybe a Canterbury trip next year, Nick.
5 for Palace and 4 for Hutton. Yes, if Glamorgan do remain in Division 2, where could we be heading? The bottom 3, Northants at the bottom, Kent and Middlesex reading upwards. Full pitch from Carlson, turned on the leg side by Rees, fielded by Root, no run. So yes, Kent have played a game more than Middlesex as well, so Canterbury, pleasant venue to watch, although we did have a very rain-affected game there a year or two back. We had Darren Stevens kept smashing the ball into the flats on the one day when any significant play was possible. Northants rather woe-begone at the bottom, just 50 points from 9 games. Carlson bowls, Rees drives to deep mid-off, Swepson fields. No run.
One thing, though, that the Derbyshire side can say, look, we got those records not against joke bowling, as you often find they do. The sides will have got joke bowling, you know, it hasn't been, okay, these bowlers, Carlson, for instance, not a regular bowler, but it hasn't been toss it up in the air and hit it where you'd like.
No.
It's been proper cricket up to a point.
25th over.
Change in the field, wasted time.
A very laborious change in the field as man wanders across from offside to leg side northeast to come in as a shortish mid wicket. There are 2 minutes to go.
Come on, Kieran,
until
take your time.
tea, according to our board anyway. Carlson bowls the 5th ball of his over, and Kame gets a inside edge and it trickles down towards short fine leg, and they'll amble through for a single. 297 without loss. The board next to us still obstinately says 1538. Now, can they take 2 minutes to bowl a single ball? I'm not sure. There'll be an awful lot of...
Tie your laces, Kieran.
Harry Kame is doing that.
Good old Harry.
He's down to retie his laces. Yeah. Billy Roots will come in.
I've never seen him quite like this.
Billy Root will come in from mid-wicket to field at short leg for the final ball of the session. It's 15:39. Keep talking without deviation and repetition for the next minute.
And Harry Kame's having orders from the fellow who's that feeling, I think. He's telling him, look, 20 seconds more of that.
Carry on fiddling, Harry. Oh, sorry, my gloves aren't quite right.
Yeah, Carlson's got the ball in his hand. Will this be the last ball?
Oh, heck. 297 without loss, Derbyshire. More records potentially in the final session. Came with a career best. Rees 21 runs short of his Derbyshire, needing 36 more to match the first wicket record of Rees and Godalming. Lewis Rees at 340 faces the last ball from Kieran Carlson that turns past the off stump. We'll be back at 4 o'clock with further commentary here on BBC Sport Online.
In and balls to Reed. 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 go in and balls to Reed. It's 10 bowlers, and one of them was Adam Rossington, who's a wicket keeper. So I'm afraid the joke bowlers are here, the joke wicket keepers here.
Oh, he's a regular wicket keeper. Is Ingram.
I thought he was a bowler.
Well, yeah.
Northeast lobs one up, pathetic, and the ball is played to backward point, full toss, about waist high. So we don't know which way he turns the ball because he hasn't pitched one yet. In again, just got my update to do here, Edward. We're into the final session, the final 51 minutes, in all honesty, of this game. Sally, Derbyshire 297 without loss. Sam Northeast is on to bowl. He doesn't normally bowl. His first ball was waist high and a full toss. Harry Kane's got 122. Lewis Rees has got 164. And we're basically treading water until 10-5 when this game will end in a draw. Derbyshire 297 without loss, leading by 94. He's had an appeal. Not sure what it was for.
Oh dear.
Northeastern again. Bowls. Kane pushes it back to him. And there is no run.
This,
one ball left.
Dave Fletcher's the unacceptable face of county cricket.
Absolutely, no question about it.
And the game is to blame.
Yeah, look at that.
Not this. My word, he nearly got him out.
He's almost bowled Harry Kane with a ball that was certainly above the eye line, I think it's fair to say, because it was probably 12 feet in the air when it left his hand.
Yeah.
And Harry Kane, and proper batsmen can get done by
yeah, and they're also ultra careful that they don't get done.
Yeah.
And also, I did notice a couple of loose deliveries that Harry Kane very graciously tapped into the covers when he could have put it anywhere in Derby. Who have we got?
Kieran Carlson.
Proper
bowlers bowling.
No, he doesn't regularly bowl.
25 overs in this match. I think that classes him as a proper bowler.
Simply because they haven't got an off spinner. Colin Ingram is keeping wicket, and he's done it a few times for Glamorgan, as Carlson bowls and played out into the covers. I say the unacceptable face, and there's nowhere to blame, but the people who run the game in this position, why can't they shake hands today, now? That's short, cut away, backward of square. Well, he can help himself now, Rees, certainly, as they pick up 2 more runs.
Chased down by the substitute fielder, Rodri Lewis, who is masquerading as Andy Gorvin.
You've seen 7 bowlers, and I suspect we'll see some more as the game meanders towards 10-5. And Carlson round the wicket bowls and played up towards. I thought for a moment David Harrison was on the field, the assistant coach, but no, that is McElroy. They're very similar in build. Carlson bowls, repeat shot.
He at Ches Vegas said, nice to see Derbyshire off the bottom of the table. Can the now captain, the new 2024 captain, that's the departing captain.
Here's the next ball, played out into a deep mid-off.
If he wants to.
And a misfield by Swepson.
Sad, isn't it, really?
And that returned, and Rees had to get his skates on.
If he wants to shake hands now, 300 up for Derbyshire. Get home before the Friday traffic kicks in, as Edward just explained. We can't.
What's that for? Oh, the 300.
300 partnership. Solid hour or 2 of stoppages this season. Good to see the over rate still somehow at +6. Yeah, absolutely.
.301 without loss as mid-wicket is brought back into the man by the umpire. Here's Carlson round the wicket and bowls, and this is clipped away to the man that was brought in from mid-wicket. End of the over. 122 to Kame. Rees is 168.
Graham Smith asking, 67% of games in Division 1 have ended in positive results, while 67% in Division 2 have ended in draws.
Yeah, we
Any
had it
thoughts?
earlier. Yeah.
Oh, you had that one. It's a paucity of bowling for me, but teams can't bowl teams out twice. They find it utterly impossible. And it is a concern, no question about it. Sam North East to continue then, with whatever he bowls from the City, and he bowls another full toss, and Harry Kane misses out. Nice piece of fielding, in fairness, to by Ul Hassan.
Somebody just turned on and said, "What's he on about? North East bowling."
Yeah.
I think he's bowled at all this season. What does he bowl?
I'm surprised. I've no idea. This next one is defended by Kane. I assume it's off breaks, but
I'm surprised.
It doesn't look like leggies, does it?
I'm surprised he's got 3 men either side on the one.
He's in again, and pitches a short delivery, carved out to the offside by Kane. Picks up a single. Van der Hoogten with the fielding, 123 to Kane, 302 without loss. He's going to come around the wicket. He's decided around the wicket to the left-hander is the way forward for his off breaks. Sam North East. He bowls. Well, it might be an off break. It was a full toss. Bunted up to mid-on. They go through for a single.
Dave and I were discussing in the tea, and I think the worst thing that's happened in this game was Derbyshire, at 271 for 2 or 3 or whatever it was.
Next delivery is carved away by Harry Kane for another single. He moves on to 124, 304 without loss. Oh, they've come back for a second. He moves on to 125, 304, 5.
Had Derbyshire got past the follow-on, declaring Glamorgan, bustling away then to a declaration, leaving Derbyshire, say, 380, 360 in a day, then we would have had a game of cricket.
Oh,
instead of this.
Oh dear. He's dropped that one halfway down the track, North East.
In fairness to Kane.
Kane just pushes it out into the covers. Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, I was full of praise for Glamorgan enforcing the follow-on, so we're not going to backtrack on that.
No, when you're over 200, you suppose you've got to. Yeah.
But if they hadn't, with hindsight, that was the only other way that we would have got the game.
Yeah,
they'd gone out and hit 150, 200, and left Derbyshire 400 in.
Or 368. Make a game. Let's have a go at it. And both sides want to win.
David Lloyd will have spotted, having already signed for Derbyshire, or certainly been on the brink of signing for Derbyshire when they played Sussex, that they almost chased down 380 in 58 overs.
Yeah. But we would have had a game. And the first ball is swept straight to the man on 45 by batsman Lewis Rees. Carlson round the wicket. Bowls pushed out into the covers. Surprised that there were 75 spectators left here.
Yeah. Obviously nothing to do on a Friday night. Trying to think what the stream figures are now.
Next ball is pushed up to Swepson. Mid-off, and they go for a single. 40 minutes to go. I hope. You're not going to go after 10 to 5, are you? Here's the next ball. And it's blocked by Harry Kane. 306 for no wicket. Yeah, it is difficult for batsmen. People might think, what am I talking about? But if you get this bowled northeast, LBW northeast for 170.
Horrible.
It's. And do I hit this? And he has a colleague in the first class game. Do I hit him for 5 sixes in the over? No. And unless you've set up a declaration. And
sometimes it's difficult to decide whether to hit him for 4 or 6, isn't it?
Yeah,
and you end up doing nothing.
I think you put it right. It's a joke. Nothing else, really. Carlson bowls. Forward comes the batsman.
And they're doing it because they don't want their pace bowlers to be flogged. There'll be no point in Tim van der Hoogten or Jamie McElroy bowling Andy Gorvin's bowled 17 overs in this innings and bowled plenty in the first innings from the 15 in there. And Van der Hoogten's first innings workload was enormous. So,
and Ul Hassan, we suspect, might have got a little twinge somewhere.
he
Otherwise,
must
he would have
something,
bowled.
mustn't he? Yeah, he's only bowled 2 overs. So, some northeast to continue from the city end.
Figures of?
Well, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. It doesn't really reflect the standard of the bowling, I would respectfully suggest. He's going to go around the wicket to Lewis Rees. The batsman just had a bit of a chat and he lobs one up and it's pushed up towards mid-on where it's fielded by Mitch Swepson.
I can't understand why he hasn't got a long on or a long off back. Because he could really hit every ball over the top, couldn't he?
Yeah.
He's probably a bit afraid he might not play the right shot.
He's not too far away from his highest score in first-class cricket, which rather demeans his highest score in first-class cricket, the 333, which they may or may not get to, is slightly demeaned, although it isn't because Northants used 10 bowlers as they put on 333. Dear, oh dear. Full toss, cracked away, but he couldn't not crack that one away, Lewis Rees, and he's almost gone up the other end and apologising to Sam Northeast. He moves to 174, 310 without loss. The crowd has decided not to bother applauding that anymore. It's barely worth applause.
I do feel Lewis Rees is a nice lad, very pleasant person. He's a bit embarrassed by this.
He couldn't do anything else with that last delivery, could he? I mean, it was sort of waist high and there to be hit. But you're right. I don't think he wants to take Northeast apart.
Simile doesn't want to get out to him.
No, absolutely not. No, that would be awful. The next delivery is a short one and dragged into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single. He moves to 175, so 9 shy of his highest score in first-class cricket, 311 without loss. Northeast in. Pitches one, turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. No run as it's fielded by Rodri Lewis at square leg.
There's a test alert coming up because a wicket has fallen. Right.
Let Northeast bowl this final ball of his third over. He bowls it to Harry Kane, who defends. And it is the end of the over. 3 overs for 9, 311 for none. Came 125, Rees 175, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, there's a run out, a very, very close run out, which has got in the favour of England. I would suspect, I think, looks to be home, but then his bat is in the air. Please make up your mind, he'll play this 5 times.
Trouble is, the bat down and then goes in the air. It's not out anymore, is it?
Yeah. But just watching this, Bairstow has ball in his gloves. I'll try and commentate on this game. And
Nothing happening here, Edric.
here's Carlson again. Bowls, and Northeast pushes it away. They go for a quick single. They're still deliberating here on whether this is a run out or not.
If you need to take this long to decide, it's probably not out.
Well, give the batsman's favour. In comes Carlson. Blocked. No run.
Whoever had switched off because they didn't want to know what's happening at the test has probably switched back on again by now. So switch off again.
No run again. Okay. How many minutes since I started? Carlson's really bowling over here. They're still deliberating.
Has your internet gone down?
Might have. No, it hasn't. They say in the test match, there's nothing much going on here to excite you, so that there's oh, please don't get adverts of phones. Not out. Not out it is. And Australia, 195 for 7. They trail by 88. That's the news from the test match. It's 312 without loss here. Where's that gone? Nowhere. Drops in front of him. Hits the pad. No runs if this over.
No. No, one off the first ball.
I think this is a maiden. Well, they won off the first ball.
Yeah, one
312
that quick single. Didn't
without loss. Yeah, at Derby.
And the good news is we edge closer to 351, which is the time.
331, is it?
351 they can declare.
Oh, if they don't get it by 10 to Derby, oh, they're bad on.
What?
If they don't get 331.
333. No, 333 is the highest score.
That's what.
Yeah.
And they'll come in. They should do then, won't they?
And 351, or 451, I beg your pardon. 451 is the time they can declare.
Yes.
If they declare at 450, Glamorgan would have to come out and bat for an over, apparently. Sam Northeast bowls to Lewis Rees, who plays the ball back to him. In again, bowling in his specs, full toss. Lewis Rees can only bunt this up to a wide mid-on this occasion. Picks up another single to move to 177, 313 without loss.
Oh. Nick has come back. I have somehow got to go and compose 90 seconds of a report for the Welsh language, Radio Cymru, as the demon bowler carries on bowling here.
Goes wider, the off stump goes wider. Three balls left. Northeast bowls a half tracker down the leg side. The wicket keeper, and I use the word advisedly, misses, and they're going to go through for 2 byes at least. The ball is kept in by Lewis, who's keen to impress as a 12th man. 2 more to the total. They do go down as byes, 315 without loss.
Yeah, Colin Ingram has kept wicket in first-class cricket in the past.
I don't doubt that for a minute, but that was hopeless.
Yeah.
The ball was hopeless, the shot wasn't great, and the wicket-keeping was terrible. That's another poor ball wide of the off stump, just pushed into the offside by Harry Kane. He moves to 126, 316 without loss, with 1 ball to go in Sam Northeast's 4th over, a spell that will live long in the memory for the fact that 50% of the deliveries haven't actually pitched. Comes in between the wicket, the umpire and the wickets this time, and bowls, and it's swept by Lewis Rees for 4. He moves to 181, Derbyshire to 320 without loss. David Lloyd looks like he's warming up to bowl. He hasn't bowled in the match yet, so it would seem unlikely. And Derbyshire lead by 117 runs. He might just be trying to keep the circulation going, in all honesty. We have 31 minutes to endure.
Enjoy, surely.
No, this absolute nonsense.
Well, it brings me back to the argument put forward by Matthew Maynard a couple of seasons ago after a similar pointless last session, as Carlson is in to bowl to Kame, who defends. That the teams ought to be able to shake at tea on the last day.
No question at all. Because we know where this game's going. We've known pretty much since midway through the afternoon session.
You know, if the spectators have had 2 full sessions, Carlson bowls, Kame drives. And as far as Kame is concerned, well, he's got his career best. He just wants to stay not out now. There's no point in opening his shoulders. The record first wicket stand will come at some point, barring accidents, as Carlson bowls down the leg side and Ingram takes, if not cleanly. It is, of course, with Northeast on, more difficult to keep against rubbish bowling than good bowling.
There is that. No, there is that. I'll give him that.
Carlson bowls always popped in the air by Kame and only just short of Swepson at mid-wicket.
So it was about to happen there for a moment.
14 more runs needed to set a new Derbyshire record for the first wicket. Carlson bowls and Kame will get couple of these runs as he plays one down towards third man. Northeast chases, albeit not flat out. 2 more to came, 128 to young Harry. And 181 to Lewis Rees, who is approaching his CB. As Carlson bowls and Kame is forward defending. I think it's probably incumbent for us to try and work you onto commentary for both Rees's career best and Derbyshire's first wicket record.
Really?
Come on, Dave, rev it up, man.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Apologies to Derbyshire listeners if you think we're not we're not in any way denigrating the efforts of
Absolutely
these
not.
two batters who have saved a game and got 5 points for their side that weren't there before. David Lloyd's going to have a bowl.
He's going to bowl some spin, is he?
Looks that way.
So Derbyshire's future captain will be bowling to his future opening batsman, Lewis Rees. If he is indeed the captain, but he'll be teammates next year. I'm fairly sure Lewis won't want to get out to his captain of next season on 181. So Lloyd around the wicket. Off spin. Look like, oh dear.
Filth.
Yes, drags it down. It's pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. The scoreboard's going to have a problem if anybody else bowls now, of course, because there isn't room.
Oh, we're going to have Chris Cook bowling, surely.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Lloyd in again, bowls, and defended by Rees into the onside.
This is the first time that Lloyd has bowled since he was injured in round 5 of the championship.
Good to see him proving his fitness. Ahead of a big move. As he's in again around the wicket, tosses one up. Rees almost played the shot too early there, it was so slow.
He has taken 5 wickets bowling military medium so far this season.
I prefer to have seen that, I think, but given that he has had an injury, I don't want him getting injured again. Around the wicket he comes and bowls, and Rees pushes this one out into the offside, goes through for a single, moves on to 182.
Play at Pompey asks if anyone's injured because 3 bowlers seem to have bowled the vast majority of the overs today. I think that's a question of workloads, really. Ul Hassan may be nursing some sort of niggle given that he hasn't bowled.
Yes, I don't think the other three medium pacers are injured. They're just said to the captain, well, you can forget this. We're a game of soldiers. Nothing's happening here. Lloyd in, bowls to Harry Kame. A quick delivery that goes through to Ingram behind the stumps.
Ben Bonney wants to see Chris Cook bowling as well.
As well as who?
As well as me.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
Yeah.
Lloyd bowls. That one is driven off a thick edge down to the vacant third man area for 4 by Harry Kame. And Derbyshire, as Kame moves to 132, move up to 327 without loss. Within sight, sadly, of the 333. Lewis Rees just 2 away from equaling his career best. He was out for 184 in that run chase. No, not run chase. What do you call it? When they were setting up a run chase, certainly there was some horrible bowling in that.
So there's what you're saying basically is that this is a more genuine run scoring effort.
It is, because there was a lot more rubbish bowled earlier than the rubbish that we've seen bowled here. Carlson, thank you, into Rees, who cuts out towards the point boundary. I don't think it's going to get there, but he will come back for a second and equal his highest score in first-class cricket. He moves on to 184 not out. Derbyshire to 329 without loss. So with one blow, everything could be sorted. Carlson from the racecourse end bowls to Rees, who pushes it out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single, and that is Lewis Rees's highest score in first-class cricket. He moves to 185 not out, as he takes Derbyshire to 330 without loss, just 3 away now from equaling the record first wicket stand in first-class cricket for Derbyshire. As Carlson is in and bowls to Kame, who almost turns one into the gloves of Colin Ingram behind the stumps. He didn't touch it and Ingram didn't catch it. But apart from that,
It would have been out.
it would have been out. Already started thinking about the M6. 330 without loss. Carlson is in. And that one, well, again, slightly uppish off Harry Kame's bat towards Ul Hassan. Not uppish enough for it to carry. Dot ball. 2 balls of Carlson's 30th over. He's in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Kame. Back towards Carlson. How many overs this season has Carlson bowled? Do you know?
Taken 6 wickets at 62 before today. So a fair few.
Yeah. When I said there was an occasional bowler at one end and a real bowler at the other, Edwards shot me down in flames. I would say Carlson's a regular bowler. That one is an inside edge into his pads from Harry Kame. End of the over. 330 without loss, 132 to Kame, 185 to Rees. Derbyshire lead, incidentally, by 127, but nobody really cares.
This is equalled now his most overs bowled in an innings, I believe, in the opening game against Gloucestershire, when Gloucestershire batted on far too long in their second innings. Carlson bowled 30 overs and took 2 for 122.
Ouch.
Because Glamorgan did not field a more specialist bowler on that occasion. But expect to see him bowling quite a bit in the One-Day Cup, when he did quite well last season. 2 slips now for David Lloyd.
Really?
You've got a record, come on.
Rees on strike, Lloyd is in and bowls to him, and the ball is pushed back towards the bowler. Jed says, hello Fletch, when cricket teams get fined, where does the money go? Absolutely no idea, but I can tell you one thing, I don't see any of it.
ECB coffers.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, we get slightly subsidised. The BBC gets slightly subsidised.
So they have to keep fining them so they can keep paying us. Rees drives out square on the offside to Lewis. And there is no run. And Echez Vega says, totally agree with your comments on the state of play, but the favourite commentator's words, what does it say in the book? Plus it's Derbyshire, will take anything. Well, there is that about it, I suppose. Take all the positives where you can get them. It's only the last 50 minutes that's going to be slightly unedifying, and only half of the last 50 minutes so far, with Kieran Carlson bowling at one end. David Lloyd bowls to Lewis Rees, who turns that into the leg side, pretty much where Swepson had been fielding. 331 without loss. Rees moves to 186. Some prolonged applause for something, I know not which or what.
Hopefully we won't get to the record against Glamorgan for the first wicket, which is 362, if I can read the scribble on my hand, by Moxon and Vaughan.
Yorkshire, eh? Lloyd bowls, Kame defends out into the offside.
Yorkshire at Cardiff in 1996.
No, I don't think we're going to get there, if I'm entirely honest with you. Unless they do decide to take apart the part-time spin. It doesn't look like they want to. Harry Kame clips that into the leg side. They've run one. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they're not. 332 without loss. Rees wants to get to the record in the grand manner, with a single off the outside edge down to third man. It's always a favourite of mine. Lloyd bowls. Rees pushes it out into the offside, and they have equalled the record for the first wicket stand for Derbyshire against anybody. 333 without loss. Rees moves to 187. Harry Kame is on 133, and you'll have to put up with my voice for one more ball at least.
Rees, of course, retains his part in the record.
Yes.
It's just delete Godalman and substitute Kame as the other half.
Interestingly, I think it's interesting personally, but Harry Kame and Tom Wood put on 148 for the first wicket against Leicestershire in the T20, which is a Derbyshire record. So he will have both,
Wow.
or two of the three, records.
A multi-format cricketer.
Yes.
Billy Root. I haven't seen him for a couple of years, Bill.
He wasn't allowed to for a while, was he? Bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it out into the offside. I think they're going to the weather first. Yes, they are. Good. Root on his way in. Around the wicket from the racecourse then. Bowls to Rees, and there's the record. 334 without loss. A first wicket record for Derbyshire. A first wicket record for Lewis Rees and Harry Kame. Rees has 188. Kame has 133. Both career best scores. Derbyshire 334 without loss. Was that enough, Gusto?
I think so.
Difficult to muster too much gusto, isn't it?
Here is Billy Root
Thank you
then
very much.
to bowl to Harry Kame on 133 not out. Root bowls a full toss that's smashed away by Kame down towards fine leg. Lloyd gives furious chase and taps it back just inside the ropes and saves by his endeavours a 1 run. Well, that really is professionalism from David Lloyd. He flung himself at that ball as if it were the final ball of a T20 Blast final and saved 1 run in the process. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt in doing so. 337 without loss. As Billy Root bowls and Lewis Rees defends to cover, and there's no run. Root comes round the wicket to the left-hander, floats it up, driven by Rees down the ground. Andy Gorvin makes ground to his right and does the fielding. 337 without loss. Root bowls and Kame stretches forward. 338 for naught. We are 16 minutes away from the end of this game. The record is announced and duly applauded again over the PA by those who weren't aware of it for the first time round, so they've got more applause. Test match alert. Anyone who doesn't want to know the score, listen away now, as they say, as it's disappeared from the screen in front of me. Australia are, in reply to England's 283, I believe 210 for 7.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think approximate scores are good enough.
Contentious near run out for Steve Smith earlier on that was not given. He's got a half century. As that is floated up by Lloyd and swept firmly by Rees, and there is no run. We could, of course, get the Rees double century.
Yeah.
Which would be another little landmark to
10
tick
minutes
off.
of my commentary.
Lloyd bowls, and Rees plays that one into a gap on the offside. They'll run the first one quickly and decline the second one. 339 without loss.
Little threat of rain.
I felt a speck. Let's get off now.
To the south.
This is the first time I can recall commentating on Glamorgan failing to take a wicket in a full day's play.
Well, I can't. I was thinking about Derbyshire not losing a wicket in a day's play.
As that's nudged away by Kame into the leg side. Has it happened in your spell as Derbyshire's main man on the mic?
I don't recall it. But then again, there are a lot of things I don't recall.
It has happened for Glamorgan in my time with Colin Ingram and Chris Cook batting through the final day against Notts. Lloyd floats it up and driven by Rees into the offside, fielded by the sweeper in front of the pavilion, single taken. 341 for naught.
191 and 137, a mere bagatelle to what you watch Sam North East do.
Absolutely, but that was at a very fair lick.
Yeah, well, he smacked it a lot, didn't he? Yeah, against Leicestershire.
As back on his stumps goes Kame and defends to mid-wicket. He did smack it almost all along the ground. He was dropped off a difficult chance at slip-off 99, on 99, and that was virtually it. He confined himself to 4s until the last couple of balls of his innings, which he smacked for 6 to get his quadruple century and beyond. As Kame noodles one into a gap on the leg side.
Well, Rees won't thank him for that.
342 without loss. And
He could run out of time here.
well, now they can carry on. They don't have to shake hands at 10 to 5,
No,
can
they
they?
don't, of course they don't.
Rees
If they don't, there'll be words.
can say, oi, give us another couple of minutes to get to 200.
You might think he wants a legitimate 200. The 164 was legitimate. Kame's 122 was legitimate now, but the score's at T. It's going to be Billy Root to continue. Just bowl left-handed to Al Hassan. He's bowling right arm though to Harry Kame, who just steps back and guides this out into the offside. He definitely bowled his warm-up ball left arm.
Oh, I wonder if he's got a little trick up his sleeve. When was the last time a Glamorgan player bowled both?
Is he going to bowl left-handed to Lewis Rees? No. Right arm to Rees, who defends the ball back towards Root.
He's got to tell the ump, hasn't he? Otherwise it'll be a no ball.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Extra deliveries. 191, Lewis Rees. Root is in, bowls, and Rees pushes it out into the offside. An agreed single as Swepson fields, 192 now to Lewis Rees, 344 without loss.
At Cheltenham, Worcestershire 114 for 4 in their second innings. That's a lead of 219 over Gloucestershire, so Glamorgan will hope Worcester don't win.
Next delivery is defended by Kame.
But we won't know that until tomorrow,
No, indeed.
because they are a day behind us.
Further excitement tomorrow on the cricketing front. As Root is in again and bowls to Kame, pushes it out backward a square on the offside. Again, there's no run. Trying to work out how to do this 5 o'clock and 5:30. Not 100% certain as this next delivery is defended by Harry Kame.
I would say do the 5 o'clock, nip over to the pavilion, do the interview and get back here for the 5:30.
Yeah, I think that would work nicely. I just opened the wrong one of them. I shall take full direction from you.
No, I'm not insisting.
No, indeed not. No. Kevin, who was the one who wanted not to know about the test match, is very grateful. And I haven't read the score out at all. He says, is it right that Big George is moving next season? They are the rumours. Kevin, they are the rumours. As David Lloyd begins a new over, it's swept by Lewis Rees. I've lost it. There it is. It bounces in front of Tim van der Hoogten, and Rees moves to 193. 346 without loss. So yes, the George Scrimshaw moving next season rumours are in full swing. Next to delivery is a flatter one from Lloyd, turned into the leg side by Kame. No run. Lloyd, ball goes back to him, he drops it. Wearily he picks it up. Very wearily. Looked a bit like me picking a ball up, really. And Lloyd is in again. That one is a slower delivery. Turned into the leg side by Kame. He wants a single. Lewis fields the sub-fielder. The single isn't there. And therefore they don't take one. 3 deliveries to go. Lloyd bowls. Full delivery. Kame clips it into the leg side. This time there is a single there. Lewis once again does the fielding. Kame moves to 140, 346 without loss. Lewis Rees has 10 minutes to score 7 runs to get to a double century, the first of his career. He waits and waits, and Lloyd is in and bowls to him. Oh dear, that was so wide. It has been signalled a wide.
What are you thinking of, umpire Baldwin?
Lloyd in again, bowls. This one's more on target, and Rees can do no more than push it to Kieran Carlson at extra cover. Rees on 193 weights. In comes Lloyd again. That's a really quick one that's going to go for 4 byes down the leg side. I don't think Bob Taylor would have stopped that. 4 byes signalled. The 350's up for Derbyshire. 351 without loss. Rees remains on 193. Harry Kame is on 140. And we have 9 minutes of this. Well, we can reintroduce Lewis Rees's word, can't we? Turgid. This word of the day on Tuesday. Well, no, not Tuesday. Day 2, when we spoke to Lewis Rees. I think it was day 2. Could have been any time, really. Could have been day 1. Might have been.
I've no idea.
I can't remember.
Glamorgan and therefore I have had 8 days cricket in the last 9 days. Billy Root to Harry Kame, defended, no run. McIlroy fields at cover.
That is madness.
It's tough enough for those of us who are sitting on our rears and talking about it, let alone those doing the real work out there. Root to Kame, defended on the leg side, no run. 351 without loss. Root jogs in, bowls, and that's turned round the corner by Kame for a single. 352 without loss. Root, at the start of his time with Glamorgan, used to be the sort of regular occasional bowler in the manner that Carlson has taken up. As Root bowls a little bit flatter, and it's nudged away on the leg side by Rees for a single. 353 without loss, but he was told his action was illegal and therefore had to go away and work on it, and has bowled very little since. As forward comes Kame, defends back to the bowler, no run. I see that Root's efforts are not being recorded on the,
Well, they've got room for him.
the screen. On the grounds there's only room for 8 bowlers, and Glamorgan have used 9. Are we to see Chris Cook? Or is he disqualified because he bowled 3 balls in the last match? Root left arm bowls, and that's defended by Kame. And Root has delivered with both arms in the same over. 353 without loss. When was the last time that happened on the county ground, Derby? Dave Griffin?
You'd better ask him. I've no idea. I have genuinely no idea.
I've never seen that before.
No, I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it. I'm fairly certain I haven't. Was there not a South African lad who could bowl both? But it is relatively unusual. Here we go then. The injured Zainul Hassan's going to bowl some spin now. I don't know if he is injured or not, but he's only bowled 2 overs, so I imagine there must be something wrong with him.
He can't be that injured, otherwise he wouldn't be on the field at all.
No, that is true. Spin of some description. 353 without loss. It could be leg spin, judging by that action. And Lewis Rees has guided it down to third man. It's been chased by Lewis, the substitute fielder. And they come back for 2, and Rees moves to 196. 355 without loss.
Time 4:46.
5 minutes to go. Next delivery from Al Hassan. That might be the double century for Lewis Rees. It is. He's chopped it away down to backward point. He picks up a boundary, and Lewis Rees has a double century. 336 minutes, 336 balls, and he's hit 24s. And he looked thrilled-ish.
Well batted, Lewis Rees. Remarkable number of runs in the match.
Do you want me to add them up?
331.
Oh, his? No, I thought you meant that in total. There's been quite a lot in total, hasn't there, really? That one's pushed into the onside by Rees, fielded by Swepson. I'm not going to, but certainly 1,200 as an approximate figure. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Rees. Picks up another single. Ball returned underarm by the fielder out there. Rees moves to 201, 360 without loss. 4 minutes till they can shake hands. Lewis Rees wants something. Well, no, you don't need anything now, Lou. We've got 4 minutes to go. Here comes Al Hassan, bowls to Kame, pushes it back to him. What on earth does he want? A drink. For goodness sake, you're going off the field in 3 minutes, man.
Well, perhaps if he calls for a drinks break, that means they can finish at the end of this over.
I suppose. Al Hassan bowls. That one is guided backward a square on the offside by Harry Kame. There's no run. It is the end of the over. The drink is going to be brought on. The umpires, well, Neil Bainton couldn't move more slowly unless he really wanted to.
That may well be the end of proceedings, I suspect.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? They're shaking hands. No, they're not. In fact, Sam Northeast put his hand out to shake Neil Bainton's hand, and he put his hands in his pockets. I don't think it is the end.
Well, surely if they have a drinks break now for 2 minutes, then Derbyshire can declare.
Yes, yes, but the umpire declined to shake the hand there. It's bizarre.
Come on, come on. This is enough, boys. I'm sure there must be a sub-regulation somewhere in the
Well, there are plenty.
the handbook that the umpires could... I mean, there's a nasty dark cloud overhead. Bad light. Let's finish. So
The umpires are having a chat.
a remarkable...
Rees and Kame have had a drink and a wipe down with a damp towel.
They're looking at the scoreboard, which presumably says 16:49.
It needs to say 16:51, I'm told.
All right.
At 16:50, and Glamorgan would have to come out and bat for an over. I was told that by a scorer, the Derbyshire scorer, Jane.
There we are. Nothing much is happening in the middle. Are we going to have one more over?
I fear we are. No, we're not. There we go. They're shaking hands, and Derbyshire declare their second innings on 360 without loss. The game ends in a draw. Lewis Rees on 201, a career best, obviously, and Harry Kame on 141, also a career best. 360 is a new record for the first wicket for Derbyshire in first-class cricket. Derbyshire will take 9 points. Glamorgan will take 13 points. And it ended rather unsatisfactorily, but nothing should be taken away from the fact that Lewis Rees and Harry Kame batted for 33 overs last night and for 2 sessions today before it started to degenerate as only first-class cricket can. And that is a very fine effort. We will look back on the 7 for 44 loss of wickets in Derbyshire's first innings and say that can't happen again. It almost certainly will.
That was the aberration, really, with the batters on top for, 90% of the game apart from that. So, ending in a draw. I'll be on Sunday joining the BBC Hereford and Worcester team with Herefordshire against Glamorgan in the One-Day Cup. I will be back then at Worcester on Friday next week with Dan Wheeler, Kevin Howells and Mike Powell, the former Glamorgan batter, for the start of the One-Day Cup. Dave will be down at Cheltenham on Tuesday.
Yes, with Ed Seaborn and whoever Ed can muster for company underneath the parasol in the pouring rain. Looking forward to it already.
Take your brolly, Dave, just in case.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much for hosting us in your usual
can't remember
affable way.
everybody else's name. Nikesh yesterday and the day before as well. Nikesh Ragani was with us. Good to have him alongside, and we'll all see you soon.
Thank you very much. No star.